Good morning. Welcome to the 31st Annual Southern California Alzheimer's Disease Research Conference. I'm Jim McAleer. I'm the President and CEO of Alzheimer's Orange County. For 31 years, we have partnered with the incomparable UCI Mind, now led by Dr. Joshua Grill, who's become a great partner and friend to Alzheimer's Orange County, and all of the research science and scientists who do such spectacular work there. We are so honored to be a part of this event. And in particular, we thank our staff who have led these efforts and created this magnificent platform of spectacular specialists who will be speaking to you today about technology and dementia. Technology is something we're all having to grapple with today, isn't it? With the advent of COVID and quarantines, most of us are either working remotely or having to struggle with other different types of how technology comes through every part of our lives. Our caregivers are at home more often, with less respite. We have seniors experiencing memory loss who live alone or experiencing severe social isolation. Food insecurity becomes an increasing problem. We need not only technology, but we need research to advance faster and faster for the day where there is no Alzheimer's disease, there is no dementia. So I have a special favor to ask of you today. I know it's going to shock a lot of you, but we are in election season. No, I'm not going to talk about any specific candidate. I'm going to ask you to contact your candidate. Contact their office and tell them that you want them to make Alzheimer's research funding a priority in this next administration. Any office at the federal or state level should be pushing harder and harder to put more dollars in the hands of competent researchers. If you could go a little bit further and ask them to make sure to include our caregivers in their budgeting. Without more federal and state dollars, the ever-growing numbers of people with dementia are not going to have the services, the programs, and the supports they so desperately need. So welcome to the conference. Thank you again to Dr. Grill and our friends at UCI Mind. I hope you enjoy it as much as I know I will.
One team has the passion and talent to defeat Alzheimer's disease. One team is leading the battle to protect our stories and our histories. One team is using tomorrow's technology to help us hold on to our memories of yesterday. One team is performing the cutting-edge science required to combat this global crisis. That team is UCI Mind. UCI Mind is pioneering groundbreaking scientific approaches in drug discovery and clinical research to end Alzheimer's. Join us in the fight to make memories last a lifetime.
Good morning, or depending on where you are, good afternoon or good evening. Welcome to the 31st Annual Southern California Alzheimer's Disease Research Conference hosted by UCI Mind and Alzheimer's Orange County. My name is Joshua Grill. I'm a faculty member at UC Irvine and the director of the Institute for Memory Impairments and Neurological Disorders, or UCI Mind. UCI Mind is home to one of the nation's 32 Alzheimer's disease research centers funded by the National Institute on Aging, one of the National Institutes of Health. Under the leadership of Dr. Carl Kottman, our founding director, we were actually one of the original 6 ADRCs, initially funded in 1984 as a joint center with the University of Southern California. We've now been an independent center for more than 20 years, and we were recently extended in this NIH funding through 2025, something we're extremely proud of. Our collective successes at UCI Mind are a tribute to outstanding scientific leadership over the last 3 decades from Dr. Kottman, Dr. Frank LaFurla, and Dr. Andrea Tenner. But we are also particularly proud of the transdisciplinary and collaborative nature of our organization. UCI Mind is composed of more than 150 faculty and staff. Our faculty are research experts from more than 15 different departments here on campus. What we believe is that Alzheimer's disease and related dementias are transdisciplinary problems that will require transdisciplinary solutions, and that working together, our faculty can answer questions that alone they could not. Alzheimer's disease is a crisis in our nation. Nearly 6 million Americans are living with dementia, and 16 million Americans are financially, physically, and emotionally burdened with providing care to a loved one. We must do more for these families, and our organization is composed of people who have devoted their professional lives to improving quality of life for these families through research to better understand, diagnose, and treat neurodegenerative diseases. Of course, in 2020, we have all known another crisis, the global COVID-19 pandemic caused by the novel coronavirus SARS-CoV-2. Because of COVID-19, we were forced to convert this conference from in-person to virtual. This saddened us because we enjoy meeting with the wonderful community here in Orange County, a community that is highly supportive of the work of UCI Mind and Alzheimer's Orange County. We also enjoy bringing the world's experts here to Southern California, many of whom are our close friends and colleagues. But this novel challenge also brings new opportunities. Annually, this conference reaches more than 400 people. This year, we had more than 1,000 registrations. This includes more than 100 attendees from out of state and a handful from other countries and continents. Believe it or not, we had landed on technology as a theme for this conference before the pandemic, but obviously the topic became all the more prescient when we entered what is now more than 7 months of quarantine. Social distancing and safer at-home practices create added challenges for caregivers and families living with dementia. I encourage you to visit the UCI Mind and Alzheimer's Orange County websites to find more resources during COVID-19, as both organizations have put concerted effort to bring information and opportunities to the community during these challenging times. But even before this time, the burden for families was great, and technology holds equally great promise for reducing burden, increasing safety, improving health and quality of life, and of course, accelerating discovery. We'll hear about this promise today. Today, we will hear talks about technology to improve research, both as a means to improve cognitive testing, as well as even better using the incredible gift of brain donation and how artificial intelligence may unlock new secrets through big data. We'll learn about technology in the form of 3D video games and gadgets to monitor and improve sleep, both of which may aid in improving quality of life and even cognitive performance. And we'll learn about how technology in the home may help to keep loved ones with dementia safer. It's a cutting edge and an exciting agenda. Before we begin, a few housekeeping notes. You already know where the bathroom is, but I want you to know that after each lecture, we'll be doing a live Q&A. Our faculty are safely in their homes and offices and are looking forward to taking questions from our attendees. If you are live streaming from YouTube or Facebook, you can type your question in at any time. We'll be receiving typed in questions and we'll relay those to our faculty. Throughout the day, we will have brief commercial breaks, so please take that time to hear from our sponsors, grab a quick snack, and hurry back for the next Tech Talk and live Q&A. I want to thank our many sponsors for this important event. They include Belmont Village Senior Living Aliso Viejo, Biogen, Cal Optima, Care Assist Services, Caregiver Resource Center of Orange County, Caring Companions at Home, Companion Hospice, Diva World by Dementia, Granny's Place, House Call Doctors Medical Group, Independence at Home, Live Home, Optimal Hospice Care, and Sorrentis Clinical Research. You'll hear more from some of these sponsors through the day. I also want to give my heartfelt thanks to the people behind the scenes who made today possible, working to plan this important virtual event. They include Melissa Klabe, Veronica Magor, Ashley Houston, Aaron Gutierrez, and Mark Odom from Alzheimer's Orange County, Will Alvarez and Kyle Good from UCI Media, and Kirsten Klein and Chelsea Cox from UCI Mind. These people put in tremendous time, energy, and effort to make what we hope will be a fantastic product for you today. With that, it is time for our first presentation from one of the nation's true leaders in the technology of computerized cognitive testing and a dear friend and colleague. Dr. Doreen Rentz is a professor of neurology at Harvard Medical School with dual appointments in the departments of neurology at Brigham and Women's Hospital, as well as Massachusetts General Hospital. Doreen is an experienced clinical neuropsychologist who's been a mainstay in the field for several decades. She holds numerous important titles, including being co-director of the Center for Alzheimer's Research and Treatment, director of neuropsychology, as well as the Outreach Recruitment and Engagement Core for the Massachusetts Alzheimer's Disease Research Center, and clinical core director for the Harvard Aging Brain Study. She's been leading efforts to design computerized and tablet-based cognitive outcome measures, especially for secondary prevention trials in Alzheimer's disease, and is a major proponent for validating these at-home computerized assessments. Please enjoy this presentation from Dr. Doreen Rentz.
Good morning. My name is Doreen Rentz. I'm a professor of neurology at Harvard Medical School and a practicing clinical neuropsychologist. I am delighted to be with you virtually for this Dementia with Technology seminar. And I want to thank Dr. Josh Grill for inviting me to be a part of this. Today I've been asked to talk about computerized cognitive assessments. These are my disclosures. They don't really bear on anything that I'm going to be talking about today. You know, times have really changed when we think about technology. I remember back in the day when there were only mainframe computers, and this is a picture from the 1970s when a computer actually took up an entire room, and you were able to do some of the simple things that we can do on our iPhone today. It required a lot of real estate in order to be able to do that in the past. I actually wrote my dissertation on a VT180 that you see right here. It was a very simple computer that had an external disk drive. And then around the same time that I was at the University of Chicago, the Apple came out with this version that you see down here in the left side. And I remember everybody had one of those at the University of Chicago. Later on, I actually got one of these first IBM desktop computers. But since then, things have really changed. I can remember when a telephone, you had to carry it around in like with a backpack. It got to be smaller, and we all remember the flip phone. But now you see that we have tons of computing power in a simple laptop, a tablet computer, your iPhone, or a smartphone, and now even within a watch. But can we use this technology to actually measure cognition, the way people think and remember things? What we've learned over the past 20 years is that the changes in the brain related to the amyloid protein and neurofibrillary tangles are occurring 15 to 20 years before someone becomes forgetful. And what we found is that these changes in the brain are occurring while people are still cognitively normal. Once the disease begins to progress, you can receive a diagnosis of mild cognitive impairment or Alzheimer's disease. But I've actually spent my career looking at this asymptomatic phase. And how do you disambiguate changes that occur normally just because of aging versus those that may herald a neurodegenerative process such as Alzheimer's disease? And the question becomes, our paper and pencil tests that we use now to measure cognition is very good at distinguishing between people who are normal versus people who are in the early stages of mild cognitive impairment or dementia. But the question becomes, can digital tests or digital technology bring us closer to understanding the subtle changes that may be going on with this early amyloid and tau burden? So we began to look at this probably now 10 years ago when we worked with Cogstate to put cognitive tests on an iPad. And this work was actually used in the A4 study, which was the very first prevention trial for Alzheimer's disease. And my supposition at the time was that maybe technology would be able to detect the subtle executive or processing speed changes that may be indicative of early Alzheimer's disease that go undetected with our standard paper and pencil tests. So we put together this group of tests. One was a behavioral pattern separation test that Craig Stark had used in an MCI trial that showed sensitivity to a treatment effect. We also put together the test that I helped develop called the Face Name Associative Memory Exam, which has people remembering names and faces. And we added it to the Cogstate Brief Battery. And we put all of this onto a computer, and it became a secondary outcome measure in the A4 prevention trial. And the hope is that as we begin to learn how this technology can operate within a clinical trial, maybe this type of technology will be able to be used instead of our traditional paper and pencil tests. In order to do this, we had to make sure that the tests that we were doing on the iPad was actually correlated with our paper and pencil tests. And what we found is that there was a good association between what we were using in the primary Alzheimer cognitive composite and the various different components that we found in the computerized cognitive composite, or from now on, I'll refer to as the C3. But even more than that, I was very interested in trying to understand, can you do these kinds of tests at home? As this technology, iPads, iPhones, get more and more prevalent in our homes, would we be able to do these kinds of cognitive tests at home rather than having to travel miles to go into a clinic in order to do them? And so this was one of the very first studies looking at the feasibility of at-home iPad cognitive testing. And what we found, in fact, 40% of this particular sample were actually people 80 years of age and older. Now, in order to do this study in these days, we had to send iPads home with the people, and we had to hope and pray that we got those iPads back because they were expensive for us in the research setting. But what we found is that 95% of the people were actually able to do 7 out of the 9 tests at home successfully. And that the majority of the successful completions were actually done by those 80 years of age and older. So that was a wonderful news for me to know that our older individuals weren't intimidated by the technology, but could actually do these at-home tests. And what we found out is that the tests that these individuals did at home was equivalent to the tests that they actually did in clinic before they took the iPad home. And so this was one of the first studies to really show that these at-home tests could act as a proxy for the supervised in-clinic measurements on the iPad. After we did the study with the iPads, the NIH Toolbox then, which used to have these tests on a desktop computer, also transferred this technology to the iPad. And again, we have a series of different tests, both memory and executive function and processing speed, that now can be done on the iPad. And of course, we had to run a study to compare which one was better, our C3, the computerized cognitive composite, or the NIH Toolbox. And we looked particularly at the memory measures on these tests because my concern was that I wanted to be able to detect these subtle cognitive memory changes that may be related to preclinical Alzheimer's disease. And what we found out is that the memory tests that are actually on the C3 were better than the memory test that's on the NIH computer, the NIH Toolbox. And subsequently, what's happened is that the face name memory test that we put on the C3 is now being incorporated into the NIH Toolbox and also into the mobile toolbox, which is being designed on a smartphone. So simple little tests like this are beginning to have more widespread interest and use, particularly during times of COVID, when we found out that it's very difficult to bring people back into the clinic to do testing. And we wouldn't be losing any data if people were able to do this kind of work at home. So Kate Papp, my colleague here at Harvard, she began to look at how the computerized cognitive composite, the C3, did in the A4 study. Remember, I had said it's a secondary outcome measure. And what we found is that a composite of all of the tests that you find in the C3 has pretty much equivalent effect size as our standard paper and pencil tests. So again, we're moving closer and closer to the use of this kind of computerized technology for measuring cognition, even in a clinical trial. But I've also been exploring something a little bit different that gets us even closer to how people think. And we began partnering with people at Digital Cognition Technologies for the clock drawing test. Now, clock drawing has been around for over 100 years, and some of you sitting in the audience today will probably even remember doing a clock, even in your primary care office. And it's been around not only for 100 years, but it is really quite sensitive in being able to detect people who are healthy from those who may be in earlier stages of Alzheimer's disease. But what if you could digitalize it? So what we did is we used some technology developed by Dr. Randy Davis and Dr. Dana Penny, looking at doing the clock drawing with a digital pen. Now, what the digital pen does is it has a camera at the end of a pen. It looks like any other pen that you would use, except now it's able to measure hundreds of thousands of pen strokes to actually get at how someone actually completes a task rather than that they merely completed the task appropriately. And so what you can see here in the drawing is that while this clock looks normal, it may show subtle nuances of difference that may actually be predictive of people in early stages of Alzheimer's disease. So what we did is we took 300 individuals from the Harvard Aging Brain Study. All of them had amyloid and tau PET imaging, and we began to look at how sensitive this kind of digital biomarker could be in both predicting people who were normal from those who were MCI, as well as looking at normals who may have high amyloid versus low amyloid burden. And what we found is that the digital pen is actually quite good at distinguishing diagnostic groups. So in this first graph up here at the top, what you can see is that the area under the curve for the digital clock is actually 0.86. That's the green line that you see here. It's not as good as the paper and pencil tests, which we call the primary Alzheimer cognitive composite. But the take-home message is that we were actually able to get very good sensitivity and specificity for distinguishing the groups in 5 minutes versus 30 minutes. And so when you're in a primary care office, they don't have 30 minutes to be able to do cognitive tests. Could you be able to give them a simple drawing task that would give primary care physicians the notion of who is more at risk and should be referred for more tertiary care? When we looked at the digital pen's performance among clinically normal individuals, these were people who had amyloid and tau PET scans. What we found is that the digital clock summary score was actually better than our paper and pencil tests for detecting who was amyloid positive versus amyloid negative. Again, both are good, but it's very promising to know that some of these digital biomarkers can actually be sensitive at detecting who is more at risk, and also cheaper than a $7,000 PET scan. But the more important thing is that we found not only did the digital clock summary score was it related to both amyloid and tau burden, but we also found that it was the more nuanced features of spatial reasoning that actually was more sensitive to this amyloid and tau deposition. Now, what I mean by that is that what the digital technology allows us to do is to drill down into cognitive processes that really go unobserved when you're just doing paper and pencil tasks. And in this case, spatial reasoning actually involves how you put the numbers around the face of a clock. What kind of order do you actually use? Do you do 12, 6, and 3, 9? Or do you just randomly do the numbers around? All of these things actually have meaning. How do you place the hands? How do you draw the circle? So it was all these various components of spatial reasoning within that digital clock summary score that actually was more highly sensitive to amyloid and tau burden. Also, what we found is that the digital clock summary score was more highly related to amyloid deposition in frontal, parietal, and temporal networks than actually our paper and pencil tests, which you can see down here when you look at the brains pictured on the far right. The digital summary score actually is more highly related to the amyloid burden in these regions than even our paper and pencil tests. So the take-home message of some of this kind of technology is that we may be able to have a window into how someone completes a task rather than merely a total score or time to completion. And it's going to be these nuances of how someone processes cognitive information that may actually be more telling about amyloid and tau burden building up in someone's brain than whether or not you give them a test that has a total score. So we're very excited about this technology, and we've actually been working with Randy and Dana to look at it in relationship to other kinds of cognitive tasks. Now, I'm pretty excited about this task as well because it really gets at decision making. This is your typical maze test where you have to find, you're given where you start, and you have to find your way out as quickly and competently as possible. Well, in this particular task, they designed it so that the very first time you're presented it, you really don't have any choices. All you do is just follow the road and get to the end. And you can measure with the digital pen how quickly you're able to navigate your way through the maze. But then they added a little bit more complex task that required various different decision points. And what's interesting about this task is that the solution is the same, but this time you reach a crossroad where you have to make a decision, which way should I go? And this really allows us to get at decision making in a way that we've never been able to do before. And what they found is that these decision differences, are actually able to dissociate between healthy controls and people with mild cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's disease. Now, we've also put this maze into the Harvard Aging Brain Study, and we're analyzing that data now to look and see how well the maze drawing, the digital mazes, is related to amyloid and tau burden in very early stages of Alzheimer's disease. Now, this is work that Dr. Kate Papp and Rebecca Amarillo are doing in designing associative memory tests. Now, these tests are actually done on a smartphone, and they are really trying to get at an ecologically valid task that people do every day. One would be related to street signs. Have you seen this sign before? Another is related to grocery prices. And then there is a category test where you have to say which item represents or is closer to the main category, and then the face name test. Again, the reason that she's focusing on these associative memory tasks is that they're very highly sensitive to people in preclinical stages of Alzheimer's disease. Now, she's still developing this, but I wanted to present it to you because it's another way of getting at memory processing that it can actually easily be done at home. And the first thing that she had to do is the same that we had to do with the C3, is you want to be able to make sure that the test that you're doing is associated with your traditional paper and pencil tests. And what she found is that it is that the branch composite is highly associated with the primary Alzheimer cognitive composite, as well as with the MMSE. But then what she's doing now is she's moving it into daily branch. Can you see learning curves that give you a hint as to how someone is doing over time? This is all very preliminary data, but what she's finding is that there are various tests that have less of a learning ability, and she's going to be now giving this test to people who have also had amyloid and tau PET scans to see whether or not we could measure learning curves in people who have a high amyloid burden. So in summary, what we know is that these kinds of digital tools, machine learning techniques, that they have a way of exposing cognitive inefficiencies for completing a cognitive task. And that it's these nuanced performances that may become more important than tests that only disclose a total score or time to completion. And where are we going to go with this? You know, eventually these digital tests should be honed for early detection of cognitive decline. And if we move this technology in that direction, they have a wonderful promise for triaging patients in the PCP setting and for potential referral to clinical trials. On the other hand, these digital tools, they need to be simple, they need to be easy to do, quick, and provide accurate diagnostic information. We also need to create these digital applications in a way that can capture change that is clinically meaningful, that really capture real life information that's important to people, and that the tests will still need to be psychometrically sound and related to many of the gold standard paper and pencil tests that we currently use in the clinical setting. So I want to thank you for your kind attention. I want to acknowledge all the wonderful people that, even though we're working virtually nowadays, who work with me in the Harvard Aging Brain Study and the Center for Alzheimer Research and Treatment. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay. Well, I want to thank my colleague Doreen Rentz for that fantastic talk, and I'm going to welcome Doreen with us now live. She's in what appears to be sunny, maybe slightly overcast Boston, Massachusetts. Doreen, welcome, and thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you very much, Josh, for having me, and thank you for all of you for attending. It sounds like a very, very exciting course, and I'm very happy to be a part of it.
Great. So we're going to start the Q&A now, and we've been getting questions throughout your talk on YouTube and Facebook. So I'm going to read some of those to you and let you have the floor. So first, can you just tell us what you think the future is for cognitive testing in research and clinical care? Where are we headed?
You know, I think one of the things that the COVID experience has taught us is that we need to do things a little bit more remotely. Up till this point, all cognitive tests are usually done by an administrator who's skilled at being able to give these tests. And I think that one of the things that we're learning is that people can do cognitive testing at home and be able to monitor themselves in a systematic way. Much like we monitor our blood pressure or our diabetes, cognition should be very similar as we get older.
Great. So I'm going to literally be reading the questions from the stream here. How can we ensure that people participating in research doing digital remote cognitive tests aren't getting help from people or dare I say, cheating on their tests?
You know, I get this question all the time. How do you know that the person who's taking the test is really the person taking the test? You know, anything is as good as someone is honest in being able to do it. There's no way to guard against it. We've thought about many different ways. You know, some biotechnology where you actually either put a thumbprint down or take a picture of a face. The problem is that there's all these HIPAA requirements, so that you're not really allowed to do that. I know that our neuropsychological evaluations, even clinically, have gone to more remote assessments. And one of the things that the neuropsychologists have complained about is that somebody's sitting right next to them and feeding them the answers. So there's got to be some rules and regulations in place to protect the privacy of the individual as well as the integrity of the data that we're actually collecting from it. Nothing is perfect, and but we're going to have to work out the kinks as we go along.
How do these computerized tests compare to some of the other technologies, like the digital pen, for example?
You know, the value of some of the digital technologies is only as good as if they've been validated against some of the traditional paper and pencil tests that we give. And that work is ongoing. We're actually doing some of that. I've published a couple of papers that actually looked at comparisons between the doing a test on an iPad versus or even at home versus doing it in the clinic. And what we find is that there's really a high correlation between in clinic and at home testing. So I don't think that that's going to really be the limitation. The value, though, of the digital technology, like a digital pen, in contrast to paper and pencil, is that what paper and pencil tests give you is either a score or a time to completion. But it doesn't really dig in or delve deeper into how someone completes a task. And I think that's where the money actually is going to be, particularly as we're looking at early detection. It's not that you drew a clock correctly, but it was how you got there. And that's, I think, what we're discovering. How big do you make the circle? How well do you anchor the numbers around a clock face? What is your organizational strategy? How do you place the hands? So even though in the end, you may get a perfect score, but it took you 3 times as long to do it. And it's delving into those nuances of cognition that I think are really going to be of value. To me, as a neuropsychologist for over 30 years, this is revolutionary. I'm in Boston, so I'm trained in the Boston process approach. And I have been trained to observe how people complete a task. The problem is that I have no way of measuring how they complete the task. I have to use my observations in order to do that. Now, when someone's already impaired, that's easy enough. But when we're talking about detecting the earliest changes that may be related to amyloid or tau burden that's building in the brain while someone is still fully capable and cognitively competent, how can we detect what those changes that are going on in the brain, how they're affecting cognition? And I think that's where some of these digital technologies might give us an advance that we have never had before.
Yeah. Yeah. Later we'll have a talk on big data, and a lot of these digital technologies are producing big data. A little bit of a pivot, but an important question. Cognitive testing, and people are familiar with things like the mini mental state and the MoCA that are even in the news. One of our viewers says, it's really not used that much in general routine medical care. And could it be? Should it be? Can you offer more thoughts about routine cognitive testing in the healthcare setting?
Yeah, we're really asked to explore cognition in the wellness exam. The wellness exam is when someone is 65 years of age and older. Primary care physicians are really tasked with asking people about their memory. But what are the best cognitive tools to do that? I remember when I hit 65 a number of years ago, I said to my PCP, well, where's my wellness exam? And she literally looked at me and said, Doreen, I don't know how to give one. So at some level, and I'm talking Brigham and Women's Hospital, one of the best hospitals in the world, And primary care back in those days were not taught how to do a simple cognitive test. On the other hand, these tests take time to do. So things like the mini mental may take at least 10 minutes to do. Primary care doesn't really have a lot of time to do that. You could task the office staff to do that, but I mean, any of you who have been in your primary care offices, you know that they're busy all the time, and trying to be able to carve out time to do it is difficult. This is what I've been working on in relationship to digital technology and why I got interested in the digital pen. Now, eventually, the digital pen is going to be on an iPad and it's going to be a little bit more accessible to the primary care office. But if you could, if your primary care could give you an iPad and a stylus and say, draw a clock, and it takes you 2 minutes to draw this clock, and then that information gets docked, sent up, and you get a risk score. How cool could that be? That's even faster than a blood test, once blood tests come about. So I'm really working in the technological world, trying to bring these types of this type of technology into the primary care office, because that's where it's really going to be the most valuable. We're looking for individuals who may be in the earliest stages of cognitive change for prevention trials that we're recruiting for. And we know that those prevention trials, if we give people early before they really begin to show cognitive change, that we may actually stop people from ever going on to get a dementia. To me, that is the future. Having a husband who actually has Alzheimer's disease and is in a prevention trial, this is really important to me, because I really want us to be able to capture these changes early enough so that we can do something early enough and people can live the best quality of life into old age as they can.
Thank you. Thank you, Doreen. There are several questions about commercial platforms for cognitive testing, online, other modalities. Some of the questions are about, whether these are of high integrity compared to what we do in the research, whether the research ones give you the same results as the commercial ones. When are the commercial ones going to be available to me? I want to start right away. Can you offer some thoughts about commercial cognitive test opportunities as a whole?
I think our experience with luminosity gives us a segue into a response to this question. The thing is that, yeah, there are cognitive games out there that people can play, and these companies purport that they prevent dementia or they improve cognition. There's really no serious scientific evidence that that's the case. And I always encourage older individuals, don't waste your money on something that you have to pay for to play games. There are many opportunities that you can do for free if you want to continue to enhance cognition. My husband, for instance, he attends Boston University lectures and seminars to keep himself intellectually active. There are other ways that you could do that to help prevent your brain. Personally, I still think that some of these cognitive tools are best stayed in the research realm until we get some real evidence that they're beneficial. Should you do them? Of course. If you have an interest in these kinds of things and you don't have to pay a fortune to do them and you find them fun, all of these things keep you intellectually active. And I think that's critical. What these cognitive games don't do is they don't keep you socially engaged. And social engagement, we found, is equally as critical as intellectual engagement. And when you've got your eye, pressed to an iPad just doing games all day, you're not really interacting with the world. And I think that we need a balance about some of these commercial cognitive tools, research tools, as well as social engagement as well.
That's a great segue, because there's also a question about the pandemic and being in quarantine and the isolation that accompanies this, and whether it has the potential to impair cognition or accelerate disease progression in Alzheimer's disease.
I think it can, because you're not staying intellectually active or socially engaged. I think the problem with the pandemic as well is the fact that people are not going to see their doctor. They're not participating in clinical trials. They're not getting their infusions. And I know many of the people who are in prevention trials are really concerned about that there may be cognitive slippage. I've seen some of that in my own husband, where he has shown some slippage because he hasn't been going off to get his infusions and doing his cognitive testing. So yes, having a pandemic may actually protect you from getting COVID-19, which is important. But on the other hand, we need to get creative to find ways that we keep people engaged. Now, some of the stuff that you're doing at University of California, Irvine, where you are having lectures on Zoom like this, where people can get intellectually stimulated, ask questions, engage with others. I think we're learning that these opportunities are ways in which we can bring people together from all over the world without having to travel to do this. So kudos to you guys for doing this.
Thank you. And, Doreen and I both lead recruitment and engagement cores for ADRCs. And we know that ADRCs around the country have done really phenomenal jobs of trying to pivot during a pandemic to keep people engaged and help our participants especially. I think we have time for maybe one more, Doreen. There's one that's right up your alley. How does education impact these remote cognitive tests and computerized cognitive tests, and does that affect the data?
That's a great question. I think that what some of these cognitive, what can I say? Education does impact your ability to do these cognitive tests. There's another piece, though, to this besides just education. People with lower education may continue to score lower. They may not even show an interest in cognitive tests at all or computerized tests. But the other big thing that we need to solve as a society is the digital divide. The people in our underserved areas who don't have access to digital technology, to the internet, for opportunities such as this, because the internet doesn't work so well in their neighborhoods or they don't have it at all. So I think that one of the things that we need to work on as a field is making this type of technology accessible to everybody. I don't know a single person who doesn't have a television set unless they willingly don't want to have a television set. So we've been able to figure out how to get TV and radio into every household across this nation. Now what we need to do is figure out how to get this type of technology into rural areas and underserved areas as well. And once we do that, then cognitive technology, assessing cognition really becomes valuable, because now we're testing everybody and we're not just testing the select few, the biased sample that have these advantages available to them.
Yeah, that's a really fantastic and important point. I think a great one to end on. So Doreen, thank you again for joining us virtually. It's great to see you. We're really grateful for you doing this, and look forward to having you come to Southern California when that's safe to join us for another session when we're back to normal. So stay safe, and thank you again.
You're welcome. And thank you everybody for listening. Bye.
So it's now time for our first break. We're going to start the scientific content again sharply at 9 a.m. Hope you enjoy some messages from our sponsors while you refresh that coffee or grab another bagel. See you in a couple minutes.
I'm Diane Mondini. I'm president of Caring Companions at Home. I got involved in Alzheimer's OC back in the late 90s when my good friend Julie David served on the board and encouraged me to help with the galas. Because of my business and dealing with seniors for the last 30 odd years, I have seen how this disease has taken its toll on many of my clients and many of my clients' family members. It's very hard seeing them suffer and wondering what you can possibly do to help them. That's why I have a passion for trying to find a cure for this disease, or helping in any way I can.
Welcome back. It's now my pleasure to introduce our next talk, which is from my friend and colleague, Dr. Craig Stark. Craig is a professor of neurobiology and behavior and the James McGaugh Professor of Learning and Memory at UC Irvine. Craig did his undergrad at Harvard before doing his PhD at Carnegie Mellon. He is literally one of the world's experts on how memories are made. Craig holds a number of important positions at UC Irvine. He's the director of the Center for Neuroimaging, the director of the Facility for Imaging and Brain Research. He's the director of the ADRC Biomarker Core. And if all that's not enough, he's currently funded by the National Aeronautic and Space Administration, NASA. I mean, how much more tech can you get than to be funded by NASA to study the brain? So Craig is incredible.
Good morning. Well, I'm Dr. Craig Stark, and I'm going to be talking to you today about how the brain changes with age, but also some of the things that we may be able to actually do for it, how we may even be able to use things like 3D video games as a way of actually improving your memory. All right, so the take-home messages for today, what I'm going to try to convince you of, is that we have a structure in the brain called the hippocampus, and that this hippocampal memory system, it changes with age. And that leads to changes in our memory with age. So we lose some of the details of our memory as we age. But we can use something called environmental enrichment as a way of actually being able to improve your memory, improve hippocampal function. And we can do this even by using, well, commercial video games, believe it or not. So that's what we're going to try to convince you of today. So first off, a little bit of an overview. What gets worse with age? Okay, fine. A number of things do get worse with age. A number of things do get better with age. But in terms of our memory, we lose the details of our memory. We lose the specifics. So we may say something like, I know I remember it, but when was it? Or I know I've seen her and I know I've met her, but who is she? And I know I came home and I put my keys down, but where did I put them? All right, now these kinds of things actually happen to you all throughout life, but they do get worse as we age. So extensive research in my lab and in other labs have shown that this happens because of changes to your hippocampus. All right, so what's the hippocampus? Well, let's meet the hippocampus. You may notice this side profile here. This is my head, so I can do the gratuitous 3D animation, spin it around. This is an MRI scan. I can slice into the middle of my head here, come back out a little bit, and I can highlight this structure right here. That's the hippocampus. Buried deep inside your brain, you have two of them, one on the left and one on the right. And if I were to take this out, you would say, oh my gosh, look at that. That looks like a seahorse. Okay, hippocampus is the Latin word for seahorse, and I suppose if you're an anatomist and you're just staring at brains all day, you've got to get creative somehow. In any case, that's the hippocampus. Okay, so we know a lot about how the hippocampus works, and we know a lot about what it does. It uses a computation we call pattern separation, and the whole idea is it tries to get it so that very similar experiences can get represented in your brain in distinct ways, so it can keep these things from interfering with each other. So you can have clean, detailed, accurate memories of specific episodes. So you can recollect and go back to some point in time and remember the events that happened that time versus a similar day. You can remember where you learned something, the source of a memory. All of this we know is what the hippocampus is actually doing for you. All right, so if we know that, we can then design a memory task that is really keyed to index how well the hippocampus is working. There have been a lot of memory tasks out there for years, but back in 2006 or so, a graduate student of mine at the time, Brock Kerman, and I decided to devise a new memory task based on how we know the hippocampus works. And I can tell you how the task works, and yet it's still going to end up giving you the, you can still participate in my studies here. I show you a series of objects here. Maybe I ask you, is it an indoor, outdoor object? And I really just want you to try to encode, but try to get that into your memory here. At test, I can give you a test in which you may see exact repetitions like that clover. You may see things that you haven't seen before, like the rubber ducky, or you may see ones that are very similar but not exactly the same thing, like this picnic basket. It's got blue instead of red, or this seahorse. You can see these are two slightly different seahorses. All right, now it's the memory for those details, not just, yeah, you showed me a seahorse, but you showed me that seahorse. That's the key in all of this task here. And we know, for example, if you take people who have damage limited to their hippocampus through some accident or through some disease here, they can do just fine when you're doing something like, well, okay, yeah, you showed me the four-leaf clover and you didn't show me the rubber ducky, but they do really, really poorly when we ask them which one of those seahorses did you see. So those are the red bars, those patients versus the healthy controls, folks like you. So for a while, this was called the rubber ducky task because I always used that, and that's why there's a rubber ducky back there. It got the name the mnemonic similarity task because to be a part of huge multi-million-dollar, $300 million clinical trials, you need a cooler name than the rubber ducky task. But so it's the mnemonic similarity task, testing these highly similar objects. And we know it's a great index of hippocampal function. This gets worse as we age. So what I'm showing you here is people in their 20s and 30s, 40s and 50s, 60s and 70s, 70s and 80s there. You get worse on this discrimination, these details in your memory as you age. Now, by the time you've hit MCI, you're doing really pretty poorly on this. Now, it may be the case that these folks truly have flattened out. It can also be the case that by the time you're in your 80s and you're able to come into my lab for 3 whole MRI scanning sessions and many, many hours of neuropsychological testing, you're doing really well. So we don't know truly on that. We do know, though, that that very simple kind of memory doesn't change a whole heck of a lot with age. So this one metric inside this task can pick up on hippocampal function, and we can see that the hippocampal functioning does decline with age. All right, so why does it decline though with age? What's going on here? Well, in studies of rodents, one of the things that they've been able to see is that the actual connectivity inside of the hippocampus is changing with age, outside of anything like Alzheimer's disease. This is a sort of a diagram of how the hippocampus is wired up, and these red lines are things that are changing in rodents with age, where we can completely rule out that this is full-blown Alzheimer's disease. So we can see that these things change with age in animal models, and using neuroimaging, we've been able to do the same kind of thing in us. We can do things like use diffusion-weighted imaging, which actually lets us look at the underlying microstructure or the integrity of that microstructure, and also look at the connectivity of the brain. We can make pretty pictures like this too of really the connection diagram in the brain, but we can see how these connections change. For example, we can hone in on some little tiny connection here, this connection leading into the hippocampus. And we can see that, yeah, it actually declines here with age. The green line is what the young perforant path looks like. The blue line is what an older perforant path looks like on average. And we can make a whole bunch of folks here. So this is early work first done in collaboration with Mike Yassa when he was in my lab, and then with Alana Bennett when she was in my lab, showing how then these connections in and out of the hippocampus are declining with age. And in fact, how strong these connections are, really regardless of your age, can actually predict how well you can do my memory task here for the details. So that's pretty cool. And we can see, we can zoom in now. This is some very, very recent work. This just came out this year on looking within the gray matter as the neurons are talking to each other. They're little microscopic connections as they're talking to each other, or at least our way of being able to get that in neuroimaging. We can see that this changes here with age in the hippocampus as a whole, and even in specific subregions of the hippocampus. Research in my lab has been able to pick this kind of thing out here. And we can then see that this again, the sort of microstructure, how well these neurons are talking to each other in terms of their for physical connectivity, that seems related to your memory performance. And the idea then is that as we're aging, it's leading to changes here in the underlying microcircuitry, which is leading to changes in your memory ability. It's not that age directly leads to a change in your memory ability. It's that age is altering your brain, and these specific brain changes are what's leading to your changes in memory. And we've got some evidence right now to really try to tighten up that story. And that's all really pretty cool. So the take-home message, we can say that, yeah, our memory does get worse with age. And in particular, we keep the gist and we lose the details. And at least some of this seems to really be tied to age-related changes in hippocampal circuitry. Now, for a researcher like me, this is really exciting because this is giving us understanding as to how the brain is changing, how typical aging is leading to different changes than Alzheimer's disease. Can we tell one from the other? And this is all great stuff. But if you notice, my beard is getting kind of whiter these days and everything. And so we start thinking a lot more about things like, can we do anything about this? So, well, let's turn back to the rodents here for a minute. And in rodents, there's a phenomenon called environmental enrichment. And in environmental enrichment, just letting a rodent lead an enriched life has a positive effect on its brain and its hippocampus in particular. So in a standard environment, you may have 4 mice that live in a little box there. Now they're safe, there are no predators overall. It's a reasonable enough life. They have food, they have water, they have each other and all that kind of thing. It's not all that rich an experience. You know, we sort of call this the COVID quarantine condition, perhaps. Whereas if you give them something as a bigger environment with more to explore, more things to do, more things to interact with, these tunnels to go in, these objects to play on, a running wheel even, you just give them this world to live in, and it does all sorts of great things. So for one thing, there are actually only 2 spots in your brain as an adult where you are getting new neurons born in. One of those spots is inside the hippocampus, this dentate gyrus, or GG, that I've shown on a couple of the slides there. In fact, actually, those are the green neurons here. This is some data out of Rusty Gage's lab. And this data down here is by Frund, showing that mouse by mouse, the individual mice who decide to go and explore their world and interact with their world more, those get more new neurons built into their hippocampus, born into their hippocampus and incorporated into the memory circuitry there. So exploring the world seems to maybe actually drive new neurons being created inside your hippocampus. A lot of other things come along with it as well. Neurotrophic growth factors, a lot of things then that can be leading to this circuitry actually working better. That's an interesting idea. Can we take this same kind of environmental enrichment, though, and not have it be in a mouse? Can we do it in us? Because I don't just want to have really, really smart mice as we age. I'd like to have us be that way, too. So how can we do that? Well, could we translate it directly and take people and put them into huge environments like this here where they get to climb around and explore and all that kind of thing? I mean, I guess we could. I'm going to have to ask Frank if he'll build something like that for me. But also then there's liability issues. If they fall off one of these things, that probably isn't going to work all that well, and again, maybe you're in your 80s, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to, okay, so obviously I'm being facetious and joking here, but these are all ways in which you could be living, whether it's a complex spatial world like this. Here's a play center in Baltimore. Here's actually an ancient city that they made underground like this, which is a pretty complex layout to try to learn, orienteering or geocaching or something like that. Maybe, though, there's another way we could do this. Now, I wish I could take credit for this idea. Brilliant idea. It was Dane Clemenson's idea. He was a postdoc in my lab at the time. And what he said is, could we actually use video games instead? Large 3D immersive video games, could we use them as a way to give people a rich, complex experience and something to learn, some new information to feed their hippocampus? Could we do that? Now, when I first heard the idea, I thought there was absolutely no way this was possibly going to work. But he was shifting from testing rodents and everything to testing humans. So I said, okay, fine, Dane, go ahead. We can actually go and try to run this. But honestly, I was saying to myself that, come on, really? Playing video games is actually going to improve your memory? No. Yeah. Okay, so this is the very first data that we got on it. And what he did is he said, okay, let's go and let's find a whole bunch of people here at UCI, and let's go and give them that memory test that's really sensitive to hippocampal function. And then he split them based on whether they didn't play video games or whether they did play video games. And the students who played video games did better on my memory test than the students who didn't. Okay, that's something, but it also could, there are a lot of things it could still be. So we wanted to see if we could actually move it ourselves. So we took about 75 people, and these were all folks who didn't have any real gaming experience to begin with, undergraduates again. And we said, okay, look, we're gonna divide them into 3 groups. One group, we're gonna test you, then we're gonna do nothing for 2 weeks, and we're gonna test you again. And then we're gonna wait 2 more weeks, and we're gonna test you again. All right, that doesn't sound all that exciting a group. That's our control group. And in our 2 active groups, we said, let's have one group of people here play Super Mario 3D World. Now, it's a very simple kind of game in that it's designed so that total novices to gaming can do it. It's meant for even for little kids all the way through teenagers. And it's enjoyable, but it has a map that you are constantly going around and learning, automatically learning where things are. Without even trying, you're automatically doing this. So we had people do that, or we had people play Angry Birds. It's a very simple game. It's an addictive game. It's an enjoyable game. You pull this little bird back on a sort of slingshot and you shoot him into, and you try to knock over a bunch of pigs. Don't ask me to explain why or whatever, but honestly, it is fun and enjoyable. So what did this actually do? Well, if you were launching birds into pigs there in Angry Birds, or you were in the no contact control, it did absolutely nothing. That's the blue and the green line there. Totally flat. Test you, test you, test you, no improvement. But if you played Super Mario for half hour a day for 2 weeks, their memory got better. Their memory completely independent of this actual task, of the actual game. It got better. And when we tested them 2 weeks later, it was still showing signs it was elevated. So playing this game made their memory better. In fact, actually, the more they explored in the game, the more they improved on it. All right, that's pretty cool, but we want to be able to replicate this, and we also want to be able to get it out just of college undergraduates. Their memory is already pretty darn good. Why should we go and improve them? I mean, come on. So, well, we said, all right, let's go and try this now in older adults, folks in their 70s and 80s. Let's go try them. So we had same basic setup here, had folks this time, instead of coming on into the, to the lab and everything and do it, we went to their house, set up a big flat screen TV and a Wii U in which they could play Super Mario 3D World, Angry Birds, or they could play solitaire actually on their own computer there. We installed a new solitaire game. So that's another control condition. We call this a little bit more active control. So if we do that, we also, by the way, extended this here. So they had actually 4 weeks worth of testing, and we tested them before, let them play for 2 weeks, tested them, let them play for 2 more weeks, tested them, and wait a month and test them again. Here's what happened. I'm showing you right now just the solitaire and the Super Mario group, hiding the Angry Birds here for just a minute. Well, in the solitaire group, nothing happened. Okay, didn't improve in this case here, didn't improve their memory. So that's not to say that no solitaire could. There are a lot of things and everything, but in this case here, it didn't improve their memory. In the Super Mario group, though, it did. We see then that they start off about the same spot as the controls, if anything numerically a little bit worse, but then by 2 weeks, they're elevated. There's a reliable increase at that point. By 4 weeks, they're elevated even more, and even out at 8 weeks, when they haven't been playing for a month, their memory is still better as a result of having done this. Okay, now I told you I left out the Angry Birds group. What happened there? Before I show you the data, let's think about this here for a second. You're 75. You've never done anything like this before. You have a couple of researchers show up to your house with a big flat screen TV and a gaming console and a controller, and you're learning how to play video games for the first time ever. That's an enriching experience in and of itself. Now, the game itself isn't going to have as much as Super Mario 3D World is going to have, but the experience of learning how to do that, you are learning something new, aren't you? Yeah, you are. So maybe there's going to be an effect that would be somewhere in the middle. And there was. So this is a dose-dependent effect. The more novel stuff that you are exposed to, the more your memory improved. Well, that's pretty cool. We've now done this several times. In fact, we've done 5 studies on this, about 300 participants. So not a small number of people. And each time this has worked. What I'm showing you here is now just taking those line graphs where you get to sort of see the increase over time and collapsing them into start, end, not the washout bit, but start, end, how much of a difference, how much of an improvement did we really see? And I'm color coding these then in that dose-dependent effect, so that gray is always going to be the lowest. That's our control condition. Blue is going to be some intermediate amount of novelty we're giving you, and red is the most. So remember, in the young folks, it was that Super Mario 3D world that really worked, and the Angry Birds, which to the young person was like, yeah, I mean, come on, I'm not really a gamer, but I've done stuff like that before. Okay, so that's the young group. There's the older group there. Angry Birds, again, having some effect in between here. So another one here, we asked, what is it about the actual experience here? Can we really control the amount of novelty that you have? And we used the game Minecraft in young adults as a way to actually do this. And we got to control the entire experience in the world in terms of how much spatial exploration were they doing? Were they just doing whatever they felt like, or were we teaching them to be able to learn how to build new complex structures? Or did they even do both of those things? And we see that there is a dose-dependent effect. You can do this kind of thing in middle-aged group. This is actually an ongoing study right now, but we're starting to see that, yeah, we can replicate this kind of thing in a middle-aged group as well. It doesn't have to be video games. We took a group of older adults and we said, all right, let's now go and do this in the real world. We made an app for their phone in which we would send them out to a park, and we had specific locations in that park, and the little app on the phone would say, go find this thing. It was a little corner of some bench maybe, or something like that. Geez, I don't know where that is. Well, the phone would start saying, you're getting warmer, you're getting warmer, you're getting colder, you're getting warmer. Oh, there it is, ka-chink. Now go find another thing, and another one, and another one, and another one. So we had a big set of them, and every day they would do a chunk of them, a random chunk of them. They'd go back the next day, and the next day. In a week, they'd spend in one park, then we shoot them to another park, and they learn a whole bunch of new locations. So, okay, it's taking it out of the virtual world into the real world, and you know what? That worked as well. You give the hippocampus something to learn, you feed it information, and it gets better. It gets better at learning. You enrich your world, you give yourself something to learn, and your hippocampus gets better. That's a pretty cool message. So games are great. It's a really, really easy way to give you this kind of rich experience. There are multi-million-dollar budgets behind these games with incredible programmers and graphic designers and psychologists who are trying to make an incredible experience for you that you will pay to go and do. And that's pretty cool. And they're really rich and complex and neat. So you can do that. Put on a VR headset even and do that. We're doing some of that stuff. And that's a really, really easy way to do it. Mobility, okay, you have mobility issues, you can still have a screen in front of you and a controller in your hands. The games can be set up if they can have it so that a 4-year-old can do it. You can do it. I've had 90-year-olds doing this kind of thing. Yeah, all right. But it's not just that. We need to get lots of new information into you. So book clubs. Okay, I don't have scientific data on something like that, but going also to talks and something like this, where you are getting exposed to new information, doing outreach activities. And of course, all of these are, one day we'll get to do those again. But all of this kind of thing, or getting out and exploring your world, going for walks in new areas in particular, it's that novelty that we really think is what's actually driving this. All right, so take home message here in part 2. Exploring these large immersive video games worlds gives us some kind of proxy, some stand-in for environmental enrichment in humans. Like rodents, our memory performance actually improves with this enrichment, and spatial exploration is a really, really easy way to do this. It doesn't have to be spatial, but it's a really easy way to do it. Your hippocampus loves soaking up that information. I mean, look, you've gone on a drive in some new area or whatever, and you're seeing, ooh, look at that. Ooh, there's this. Ooh, that. And later on, you can remember, at least if you go back there again, you're like, oh yeah, I was here before. Oh, that's right. This was the spot where we stopped for lunch. And all right, this is your hippocampus that's automatically storing this information here. So the overall grand take home is feed yourself new information, new things to learn, new things to All right, I want to make sure to actually thank the people who've done all of the work. I get to be the one who gives the talk on this kind of thing, but all of this stuff always takes a huge team. My long-term colleague, Shauna Stark, who was in the lab for a good dozen years as my partner in crime, as it were there. She was a part of all of the projects that you've seen. You saw both Dane Clemenson and Brandon Kolarek. They were postdocs in the lab at the time. You also saw the imaging work of Hamzi. And all of this, though, at the bottom, if you notice, are a whole bunch of undergraduate researchers, not the ones who were taking the tests and experiments, but the ones helping us collect all of this data over the years. Work has been funded by the National Institute on Aging and the Dana Foundation, and also UCI's Biological Sciences and the UCI Mind. A lot of the stuff that you're seeing here now, we're doing in collaboration with the ADRC and the UCI Mind. So a number of these things, if you're helping out and actually part of the cohort here, you're going to be seeing a number of these things really coming into play. If you want to actually see a great video of the effect of some of this stuff, here, this Brain on Tech on YouTube, the show Mindfield did a whole half-hour or so special on it. It was a really, really fantastic program. And with that, I'll open it up for questions. Thank you.
Okay, that was a great talk. And now joining us live from his brain is Dr. Craig Stark. So we got to see his brain during his talk, and we see him now. Craig, thanks very much for joining us live today to take questions from our audience. I've got a number of questions that are here that have been typed in during your fantastic talk. I'm going to start with one that's really important for a lot of folks who attend this conference. Can brain games slow the process of Alzheimer's disease?
Yeah, that's the gigantic question. And honestly, I don't have a really great answer to that yet. But hopefully, with time, we will have that answer. We can see, from all of these studies that, yeah, it can do something for age-related memory loss. It can even do something as you're young. Will this actually do anything for the disease? We don't know, but that's really where the science is going, and we hope to be able to be running those studies.
Great. A related question comes from an audience member about establishing those connections early on to try to stave off problems later in life, including Alzheimer's disease. What does your work tell us about actually rewiring the brain?
Yeah. So the neat thing is that this seems to happen regardless. So we know that neurogenesis, we know that actually decreases with age. It decreases even more with dementia. But we also see then for this, one of the really, really neat things that we've been able to show is it doesn't matter how old you are. You could be 20, you could be 80, and we see these same, sort of effect size. You get the same kinds of improvements. So at least we know that taking on this novelty, learning new things, being engaged this way has an effect, no matter what age you are.
Although it's never too soon to start.
That's true. Yeah, so that's also one of the great kind of aspects on this. If you treated this as a real kind of prevention, we know our world does get smaller. As we age, we tend to engage in fewer and fewer new activities. But what if you really did this? To get the answer for that, though, we're going to have people do it and then wait, 5 years at least or whatever to really see the kind of effects.
There are several questions asking you for your recommendations about video games. I'm assuming people are focused on video games that'll help their brain the most rather than just your personal preferences. But also, about single person versus multi-person games. Could you just kind of offer your thoughts about the video games that are out there now?
Yes. Yeah. So what we've been able to see is as long as you're actually engaged in learning new things in the game. I glossed over it in the talk for time, but we had a study that was done in Minecraft, and we varied a lot of the different things inside the game that you could be doing. And what that really showed was what matters is being engaged in learning new things. Now, that engagement and the learning new things can come from a whole host of different stuff you may be doing. It could be spatial exploration in the game, could be learning to do something in it. And also, I do think I'd seen in some of the comments before, actually even in Doreen Rentz's talk about, the social engagement and everything as well. This is a great thing about modern games. you can often be playing cooperatively with someone else in the same world and working together and having those interactions both in the game and then on a headset. And so, in particular, right now, of course, as well, we're all spending lots of time at home. These games give you a virtual world in which you can live in and interact with actual people with, even your friends with. So I think that that is, definitely something to be doing. The games that don't seem to work, at least as well, are then those sort of very lower level kinds of games that aren't really encouraging a lot of new learning.
There's a question here about people who have extremely good memory performance. There are people who have remarkable autobiographical memories who've been studied here at UCI. Other studies focus on, if you will, super agers. Is there any indication that the hippocampus of those folks who have extremely good memory performance is different from people like me with normal memory, or maybe
Yeah.
just below that?
Yeah, so we did a lot of the studies in that highly superior autobiographical memory in my lab in conjunction with like Jim McGaw and Larry Cahill. And in that, we actually found the hippocampus is perfectly normal in those people. It's perfectly typical. It was no better than the rest. Now, we are looking in super aging right now, and there are some brain differences that other labs have found, and we're looking at it in the 90 plus, and we're seeing some positive differences, not in the hippocampus per se, but in a number of other regions that have been tied to this kind of memory. There's actually one other little bit I'd like to bring in here, and that is that it's an N equals one, but we did an episode of this YouTube show called Minefield a couple of years or so ago, and the host of it, we're sitting here, we're recording live, and we have him take the test, and he scores off the charts on that memory test that I was presenting in the talk, phenomenally. And we thought there was no way he would actually do better on this following the gaming intervention because he scored so much higher. He lives this incredibly enriched life, and it was amazing. Sure enough, however, when we brought him back after he did the gaming intervention for a couple of weeks, when we brought him back, we tested him again. He showed that same exact kind of improvement. So even people who are doing incredibly well on this kind of thing still do have room for improvement.
Very interesting. What about taking classes and doing face-to-face learning training or new information? I mean, do you think that the video game may have unique attributes to enhance what we could get from other opportunities?
Yeah. I think the video games, in particular, these first-person perspective games, these big open world games, do give one thing for us for free that your typical sort of learning environment doesn't, and that is this spatial aspect. Now, it's a huge debate that went on in the literature for decades about whether the hippocampus is just doing spatial things or not. In the end, what we really came down to is that spatial memory is just a really great way to get lots and lots and lots of information. If you look around the room right now in front of you, you see all of these objects and their relative locations. All of that is really interesting information that your hippocampus is storing away. You can get it in real life, go somewhere new, but you're probably not going to get it so much just in a classroom kind of environment here. That's a more, in terms of the information that you're actually being exposed to, you're just learning that language. You're just learning this one thing. And there may just be a whole heck of a lot we get for free by exploring around in a new area. So go explore the world.
Hopefully our students aren't listening. So there's a great question here, and you're a world's expert on memory. There's lots of different types of memory. And can these things help with tip of the tongue syndrome or other changes in memory we might experience?
Yeah. So things like tip of the tongue, right? You've got a memory retrieval failure, you know it, and you're trying to pull back something typically that you've known for a good long time. And this kind of thing here, probably not going to help that because that's actually getting at existing memories that are outside of the hippocampus, if our theories as to why this is having an effect are actually true. Likewise, the frontal kind of components and everything to it, this probably isn't going to help that. But what it's going to do is really help all of the information that leads into really your day-to-day kind of use of memory and giving you a lot more of that. So where did I put my keys? Where did I meet this guy before? All of that sort of thing. Yeah, would definitely be helping out there.
And what about other types of brain training like puzzles and math teasers and things like that?
Yeah. So we've used some things in here, as almost controls for it and shown that it doesn't have a lot of that effect. Because if you think about something, a lot of the puzzles that you may be trying to do, there's not all that much new that you're really getting in them. I mean, I remember I used to do the New York Times crossword puzzles, and it's like, oh, okay, it's a duck. Well, are they talking a smoo or I mean, you know what these things are already, and then you're trying to then go and fit them in there. You'll get a couple new things each time, but just a couple. Versus any of these experiences where you're getting bombarded with lots of new information. And right now, that's our best bet as to what it actually is. Do something new. Now, if you've never done any of these things before, all right, that then may be something for you, but after a little while, shift on to something new. That's our current guess, is it's the novelty of it.
Yeah, it's a great question. There was a question for Doreen about, some of these commercial cognitive training. I mean, how do you think the video games would compare to some of the cognitive training programs that are out there and available commercially?
Yeah. So it's a really, really interesting kind of difference here in that all of those are really aimed at saying, you have a deficit in this one thing. So now let's go and train you up on that one thing. It would be sort of like going to the gym and you sort of look at yourself and you're like, geez, I'd like to have some better arms. I can see that that's not as great. And there are probably other aspects of me that could use a whole bunch there. And so then you do a bunch of curls. And yeah, those biceps may be great. And if you have to lift things up just like this, you've gotten a lot better at that. Oh, but now you want to like jog a mile, or you want to be able to squat and lift up something heavy? Well, you didn't actually do anything for that. So these games, what they're doing by actually having all of these different cognitive components being hit at once, it's much more like a CrossFit for your brain. You're getting this much more well-rounded kind of thing. And this is then also, though, based on fundamental neurobiology that we know in studies of rodents, that this environmental enrichment does improve the hippocampus. So it's trying to take much more of that broad spectrum kind of approach, explicitly not focusing on the one thing. And if you notice, we have real generalization here. The games that you're playing are not asking, which rubber duck did I show you before? And yet that's what's actually getting better.
Yeah. Great. A couple of questions about whether video games are a good idea for people who have dementia. And there were a couple different questions, and they happen to highlight different forms of dementia, Lewy body dementia, Alzheimer's dementia, and the like.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about trying to bring these video games home for your loved one who already is in the throes of dementia?
Yeah, so this is something that I really, really do want to do. And actually, you've got a group of people who are interested in this. Go check out the folks from Mentia. We've actually worked with them to try to think about how they've got some stuff here with their Diva World to try to actually be able to do this in impaired populations. Now, not doing it as much with, okay, we're going to have them play Minecraft or something like that, but taking this idea of giving you something new to do and learn. And it should still be the case that you do have some of the same mechanisms in the brain available to at least improve things. Again, is this going to slow the actual progression, or is it going to be a symptomatic treatment? Don't know. Even if it's a symptomatic treatment, I'd take it. And because in all of this, what's the downside? The downside is you're doing something new and fun and engaging. Okay, that doesn't seem so bad. So.
Time for maybe one more question. A lot of these you've actually already answered, but talk to me a little bit more. There were questions about mice as well as humans and the role of age in all of this. I think we've already addressed it a bit, but are you ever too late? Is it ever too late to start playing video games?
No, and that is the amazing thing. It is never too late. We had one study, a pilot study a number of years ago, in which we were working with a 90+ population on this. It's a small study, but we were seeing some of the same, kinds of effects and everything coming out of this. The trick is to take on something. Look, don't go and hop into Call of Duty with a bunch of teenagers or something like this. You are not going to have a fun experience here. I mean, as soon as you come in, it's like, I'm dead already. Well, okay, don't do something like that. However, there are still a huge number of things that you can do. And even if it's not then a game, from everything that we've seen, I mean, look, we did the real world version of this in which we had you go to parks and learn new things about them, where things are, and do some exploring and do something new, and that had the same effect. So in all of this, that's really my take home here. It's never too late to start, and it's never, too late to get in the habit of keeping up with doing new things. Feed your brain new information, new stuff. That is really the exercise for the brain, or at least for the hippocampus here.
Excellent. Craig, thank you so much. And we're going to take a short break so that people can feed their brains and their bodies and hopefully enjoy this message from a sponsor. And we'll be right back.
My name is Gloria Barr. I have always been independent and thought myself quite capable. But now that I'm 92, I find that it's not as easy. I heard a lecture here at the clubhouse, and I signed up with Independence at Home. They have been terrific.
When I came to see Gloria, she was having some issues to open her pill bottles. I was just happy I was able to provide that to her and avoid any injuries.
I can open bottles now like Atlas. It's just a wonderful outreach to the community that I certainly would recommend to anyone.
What's next? For us, it's not a question, it's a call to action. While a lot has changed, our dedication to a brighter tomorrow is stronger than ever. UCI Health combines life-saving medicine, groundbreaking research, and breakthrough innovation to conquer our community's toughest challenges, so you and your loved ones can embrace the days ahead. What's next is a healthier tomorrow, and we promise to stop at nothing to get us there, together.
Welcome back. Hope you got a nice fresh hot coffee. I have the great pleasure of introducing our next talk and presenter, which is my friend and colleague, Dr. Ruth Banka. Dr. Banka is professor and chair of the Department of Psychiatry and Human Behavior here at UC Irvine. She's also the director of UCI's new Sleep Medicine Center in Newport Beach that opened in 2018. It's a fantastic facility. Dr. Banka is a world's leader in the science of sleep and sleep medicine, and much of her recent work is actually focused on the links between sleep and sleep quality and neurodegenerative conditions like Alzheimer's disease. So we are just so thrilled to have her as part of UCI as well as part of this conference. She's authored more than 150 articles, numerous reviews, and book chapters. And at our request, she has put together a fantastic talk, the title we chose, about sleep gadgets. Enjoy this talk.
Thank you all for being here today. We're going to talk about sleep gadgets. There are more and more of these things coming out on the market, and they're all promising to deliver a better night's sleep. So let's go through them and see what's out there, what they can do, and what's coming in the future. To start out with, in terms of disclosures, I have no commercial relationships to any of these products or these companies. And just because I'm talking about them here doesn't mean that I'm endorsing any of them. And again, we're going to be talking about the pros and cons of a number of these approaches. All right, there are different types of gadgets that are out there now. There are wearable devices that track your sleep and your activity patterns. There are devices, some of which you wear and some of which have other types of ways of trying to help you sleep. And then we'll finish up with some apps and internet-based approaches out there. Let's start with wearables. These are probably the things that we're most familiar with. And all of these are generally wristwatch-like devices that are based on measuring movements. And they're usually worn on your non-dominant wrist, which for many of us is our left hand, since we tend to do a lot of more like writing and other things with our dominant or right hands. And these can range from some of the devices on the left, like the Fitbits that may not have a whole lot of other information other than letting us know for moving, and more the activity monitors are built into some of our watches. These various different sports watches or the Apple watches that can record our movements. So what do these monitors actually do? They track our rest and activity patterns. So it's really all about whether you're moving or not. And so when you're not moving, and particularly for periods of time, they have computer algorithms that will define that as sleep. Some of these devices have programs that tell you what type of sleep you're having. Are you having deep sleep or REM sleep, based on the different movement patterns? The advantages of these devices is that more and more they're monitoring more than just your sleep or your activity. They're monitoring other physiologic parameters like your cardiac rhythm for people who have arrhythmias, or maybe even temperature or other types of things. So they can more and more monitor clinical conditions and have sometimes useful health information. The important thing is that there's some limitations to the technology, which I'll get into in a moment, but the technology is continuing to improve. So these devices are likely to become more and more accurate over time. Another advantage of them is that the data from these wrist monitors can also be fed into some of the internet-based therapies for insomnia, so that they can kind of inform the programs to guide you in a better way in terms of how to sleep. At a population level, certainly they've been increasing our awareness of sleep health. On the other hand, there are some drawbacks or caveats about using these monitors. And first and foremost, the data are not necessarily accurate, and the sleep stage data is not reliable. I've tried these devices out myself, some of them, and I can tell you there are nights that even I, a sleep expert, may lie in bed awake for periods of time, and my activity monitor tells me I've been sleeping, and I know I haven't. I also have patients who come in to see me very concerned about their sleep data because their device tells them that they're not having deep sleep or they're not having dreaming sleep. And this can contribute to anxiety about sleep and actually make insomnia worse if you worry about that you're not getting the right kind of sleep. And again, I try to reassure people that the data aren't reliable, and certainly in my experience, people who come in and tell me their devices say they aren't dreaming or having dreaming sleep, when we put them in the sleep lab, if that's necessary for their sleep problems, we find, sure enough, their sleep patterns are much more normal than their wrist monitor has been telling them. Another problem with these devices is that it really kind of focuses on the minutes of sleep rather than the quality of sleep. And sleep is not just about how many hours or minutes you're sleeping, but it's also about whether you're getting the right kinds of sleep. And again, right now, these devices are not necessarily super reliable for giving that kind of information. A lot of these devices are on the market, more and more are coming out, but very few of them have been properly validated against the gold standard, which is putting people into a sleep laboratory and measuring their brainwave activity properly with a full sleep study. So they probably are reliable for telling you how many hours you were in bed and when you were in bed, but not always a whole lot more than that. Okay, the next device I want to talk about are blue light blocking glasses, and they tend to look like this, sort of these orange or yellowish goggles. And the rationale for the blue light blocking glasses is that the circadian clock in your brain, which tends to help you stay awake during the day and sleep during the night, is very sensitive to blue light. And in fact, light in the morning when we wake up, outdoor light, tends to be in the more blue range. And of course, as we get towards sunset, it gets more red-orange. And exposure to blue light is a very strong entraining signal to the clock in our brain to tell us it's morning or when it's daytime. And it also increases our activation. So the problem is that if we get exposed to a lot of blue light in the late at night, like when we're watching TV or exposed to our computers or even some of our cell phones or our e-readers, that's going to give our brain a signal to wake up or is going to affect the circadian clock. So we want to really avoid blue light in the evening. So wearing these lenses for an hour and a half or 2 hours before bed, in some studies has been shown to improve their insomnia. Again, there are other ways to avoid blue light. You can get screen programs for your computers that shift the tone of the light away from the blue spectrum. But this is another approach for some people that might be helpful. Okay, this is something that's been around for a while, white noise machines. A lot of people are very sensitive to abrupt noises or unexpected noises. And so if you live in a place either that you've got a lot of traffic noise outside, or your bed partner happens to snore that bothers you, or there's dripping faucets or whatever it is that's bothering your sleep, having a constant monotonous sound can help you stay asleep because it blocks out these sounds that might interrupt your sleep. And so a lot of the white noise machines will have soothing sounds like wind or rushing water or, leaves rustling in the breeze, those kinds of things. And again, they can help to drown out these intermittent noises. They also may be helpful for people with tinnitus, which is the ringing in the ears. And a lot of people, particularly as they get older, are going to start to experience tinnitus, particularly if you've been exposed to a lot of loud noise earlier in your life. And although a lot of times during the daytime, the tinnitus doesn't bother us because we're inundated with other sounds and not really thinking about it, when you're lying in bed quietly trying to sleep, it can be quite annoying to some people. So that's another place where a white noise machine might be helpful. Okay, now we're going to start talking about some of the newer things coming out, and I'm going to show you a couple examples of cooling devices. I'm not sure when you're listening to this lecture, but I'm giving it right now, recording it in the middle of the heat wave we're having in August. And so for people who don't have really great air conditioning, you may be noticing if your bedroom is warm, that it's a little bit more difficult to sleep at night. And in fact, we know that we need to be in a slightly cool temperature to sleep. So there are a number of devices out there that help us sleep cool. Some of the older devices on the right are either sort of sheets that you put on the bed that are actively cooled by a cooling system, or the bed jet below on the right actually kind of blows cool air in. And one of the latest things is this sleep cap that you wear at night that cools your head down. And we know that one of the places that we're most likely to lose heat is from our heads. So the rationale for this is that it's long been known that either cooling the brain or dropping core body temperature reduces neural activity and promotes sleep. We also know that our brain and our body temperature tend to cool down during sleep, particularly during non-REM sleep. So that's why oftentimes we go to bed feeling a little bit cool, and then we may wake up a few hours later sort of hot and sweaty and throwing the covers off. And it's not because our bedroom has become warmer, but it's because the thermostat in our brain has sort of turned itself down, and we actually want to be cooler as the night goes on and we reach our lowest body temperature point in the early morning just before we wake up. And during sleep, we're actually dumping heat out to help cool ourselves down. These cooling devices causes drops probably in both brain and body temperature. There is evidence for improved sleep with a brain cooling device, but we don't know if it's because it's actually cooling your brain down or it's just sort of cooling you down in general. There's not a lot of data for the efficacy of these cooling devices in terms of actual, scientifically controlled studies, but certainly we know that sleeping in a temperature that's even the slightest bit warm is going to make it difficult for you to sleep. And if you've ever woken up during the night and had trouble falling asleep, particularly if you're sort of tense or anxious, you'll actually notice that you feel warm, and that just before you fall asleep, you're starting to feel a little bit cool. So cooling yourself down is very important, and any of these approaches may help to do that. And I want to also put in a little pitch for women who are peri or post-menopause. At that point, women become extremely sensitive to the slightest difference between their actual skin temperature and the temperature their brain wants them to be. So even just being 1/100th of a degree warmer than your brain wants you to be in terms of your skin temperature can trigger a vasomotor reaction, so hot flashes, and make it difficult to sleep. So make sure your bedroom is cool, and if that doesn't work, you could consider another device. All right, now we're going to go to one of the latest groups of gadgets that's been released to the public, and you can buy these things online. And these are various types of headbands put out by different companies that actually will play tones during your sleep that are supposed to stimulate slow waves or deep sleep. And the rationale for this is that these big, slow brain waves are most prevalent in our deepest stages of sleep. Usually the sleep you get at the very beginning of the night that's very deep is full of these slow waves. And we also know that slow waves seem to be important for some of the functions of sleep, including learning and memory. They normalize the synapses or the connections in our brain, and they also seem to be important for clearing toxic substances from the brain, like amyloid and tau proteins that are implicated in the development of Alzheimer's disease. So we know slow wave sleep is important. Slow waves are only seen during sleep normally. And again, they're somehow involved in some of the functions of sleep related to learning and memory and sort of housekeeping in the brain in general. And the way that these devices work is the person was wearing a headband there to the left, and there are some electrodes that are actually recording brain waves, and those EEG or brainwave signals are being delivered to a computer. And when the computer detects that the person is entering non-rapid eye movement sleep or starting to have slow waves, and deep sleep is detected, they're sort of on the bottom, it will start to play tones to stimulate and enhance the production of these slow waves. Now, what's the evidence for whether this works or not? There's certainly a number of studies that have shown that these devices can increase slow waves during sleep in normal, healthy subjects. The effects seem to be most evident in younger people, so less than 40 years old. And unfortunately, they don't work as well in people who are over the age of 40. So unfortunately, the populations that might best benefit from them may or may not be as effective. They don't seem to increase total sleep amount. They may or may not affect the stages of sleep. And we don't really have much data as to whether they improve our cognitive function, our daytime function, our physiology. Do they clear toxic substances out of the brain better? We just don't really know. But again, these devices are really, just starting to be developed. More research is needed, and I'm sure a lot more data will be coming out soon. As you know, with many devices, just because a device is FDA approved, it doesn't mean it is effective. It just means that it's probably not going to hurt you. This is a little bit different than FDA approval for drugs, which require that they not only have to be safe, but they have to actually do what they claim to do. So we don't know yet on all these devices whether they're going to be that helpful yet. Now, there's some other types of approaches in terms of brain stimulation and devices out there. Some of them use pulsed electromagnetic frequency, so just basically magnetic activity that are supposed to increase your slow waves. And there's another device that uses actual electrical stimulation where you put electrodes on either side of your head by your ears there, and that's going to stimulate slow waves during sleep. The rationale and the results for these devices, again, the electromagnetic stimulation is like mild transcranial magnetic stimulation. So TMS, or transcranial magnetic stimulation, actually is a therapy that is approved for certain disorders, particularly being used now in a number of psychiatric disorders like major depression, but that needs to be delivered in a medical setting. This PEMF device is much, much milder. The cranial electric stimulation is like super mild electroconvulsive therapy. It's not going to give you a seizure, very, very mild stimulation. These therapies were actually both developed for mood disorders and for pain relief, and there's sort of more data related to that. We don't really know what the mechanism is for how they're going to improve sleep. They supposedly cause some deactivation of the brain after application, but there's really very minimal data on sleep effects and really just some self-report data. And one study really didn't show much efficacy. So these things are out there, but probably not something to really consider for sleep at this time. There are some newer approaches under development, and these are not yet out there on the market, but some of them are kind of interesting. So again, this transcranial electrical stimulation and transcranial magnetic stimulation, these are therapies, again, that are used for research purposes, and in the case of TMS in psychiatry, are sort of more top-down types of approaches, and there are products under development. The advantage of these types of stimulation approaches are that they can be targeted to specific brain regions, and we're learning more and more about where we should be stimulating on the scalp to actually help improve sleep. And these devices can actually be targeted to various brain EEG waveforms. So not just slow waves, but also sleep spindles, which are implicated in learning and memory as well. And a lot of these devices, again, are are not only being developed to help improve sleep, but also to help improve cognitive function, since we know as sleep and various of these sleep waveforms are important for learning and memory, and to see, could they be an effective treatment for disorders that involve problems with learning and memory, like dementia. In addition to the auditory stimulation, there are products under development using other kinds of sensory stimulation, and there have been studies done using other types of sensory stimulation. And almost any sensory stimulation can entrain or affect brainwave patterns during sleep, such as olfactory smell, visual stimulation, light pulses, sensory stimulation. I've got visual there twice, sorry about that, and vestibular. So that's actually a really interesting study. I've got a picture here on the left. So that has to do with rocking. So we are all familiar, I think, with how rocking is helpful for sleep. We put babies in cradles that rock. I know when my kids were little, I used to use a swing to help them sleep, and a lot of, which we don't advise anymore because then they get dependent on that. But many bassinets or other baby cradles involve rocking. Well, there were some studies done recently that showed both in mice and in people and in adults that rocking stimulates slow waves. So rocking does help deepen sleep. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some point in the future, in addition to all these beds that raise and lower themselves, that we may end up seeing on the market beds that rock you even when you're an adult. Okay, I'm going to finish up with some devices that we're all a little bit more familiar with, and again, where there are some data to suggest that they could be helpful. And one of those devices is a clock. So we know that one of the things we can do to improve our sleep, and a basic principle of sleep hygiene, is to try to wake up at the same time every day. And we also know that exposure to bright light in the morning every day also helps to entrain us to wake up at the same time every day and strengthen our rhythms. There are a lot of clocks out on the market now that sort of have a sunrise component to them, meaning that they start to glow in the morning at the time you should wake up, and they get very bright before an actual auditory alarm goes off. And these may be useful to help us wake up. I actually like these clocks also for people who have insomnia, because one of the bad habits that we all get into is that when we wake up at night, the first thing we do is we check to see what time it is. And in general, that is not a useful tactic, because when you check to see what time it is, you are actually not only perhaps stressing yourself because I've only slept an hour, I'm never going to get back to sleep, or I only have an hour to sleep, I'm never going to get back to sleep. We generally don't think good thoughts when we look at the time at night. And secondly, we actually can keep track of time in our sleep. And when we keep checking the clock, we sort of get into these habits of I wake up at 2 o'clock every morning, and unconsciously you're actually training yourself to do that. So the idea of having a clock like this is that they usually start to glow about a half hour before it's time to get up. And we advise using one of these and turning it in such a way that you can't see the time. And as long as it's not glowing, you go back to sleep and you don't pay any other attention to what time it is. So, and again, the light stimulus may also help to deliver an entraining stimuli or signal to you. And the rationale here for these devices is the light wavelength and intensity entrain our rhythms. They have alerting effects. Our circadian system is sensitive to blue light. These light emitting clocks can both stimulate sundown and sunrise, so they shift to be more red at night, and that's the kind of light you want to have before you go to bed, more blue in the morning. And they're also very effective for people who are hearing impaired and won't necessarily hear an alarm in the morning. Okay, so something that's kind of sort of a device, and that is cognitive behavioral therapies for insomnia that usually are provided by a therapist that you either go in and see in person, or these days we do on Zoom, but there are computer-based forms available. And what has been determined using controlled studies is that computer-based forms of cognitive behavioral therapy are effective. They're highly acceptable to people who use them, and that at least 1 in 4 patients will recover from chronic insomnia with these approaches, and or at least get somewhat, and more of them will get somewhat better, but still might need some more help from a trained professional. A couple of examples out there. One is Sleepio. And this is something that is marketed direct to consumer. That has a cost attached to it. The Veterans Administration developed an app called CBTI Coach, and that's free and has been used quite effectively in many, many people, and you can go out there and get it yourself and try it out. So that's kind of the summary of gadgets out there. This is a field that's exploding, and more devices and gadgets are going to be available, and the technology continues to improve. But hopefully this will give you a little introduction, and at this point, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you again for your attention.
That was a great talk, and I'm thrilled that Dr. Banka is now joining us live from her home here in Irvine. Welcome, Dr. Banka.
Thanks for having me.
That was a really comprehensive, fantastic talk, and we've had a number of questions for you. I'm going to start with a question about which, if any, of these gadgets seem to be best suited for people with Alzheimer's disease or other forms of dementia.
Well, I think, as I discussed in the talk, a lot of these gadgets are out there because they're approved to not be harmful, but we don't really know how effective they all are. I think some of the things that I really advise for people with Alzheimer's or dementia problems is to sort of remember some of the basics and things we've known for a long time, which is light exposure during the daytime is really important to help sleep at night by helping to entrain rhythms. This is work that was done a number of years ago by Sonia Ancoli Israel and her colleagues at UCSD, showing that patients with dementia, and particularly with Alzheimer's, don't get enough daytime light exposure. And that can be achieved either through light boxes or indoor lights or morning lights or just going outside. Of course, today, tomorrow, and the next few days, nobody should go outside because the air quality is so terrible in California. But in general, just even getting outdoors. So that's one thing that's helpful. I think some of the other devices, nothing has really been tested in Alzheimer's disease, but some of the things that would make sense to me would also be making sure that people can cool down at night. There's, again, some old literature from decades ago that showed that the amount that you cool during sleep, that your body cools down, is correlated with better sleep. And there were studies done, I didn't cover this in my talk, showing that if you put in warm baths, like 40 degrees centigrade, not Fahrenheit, that would be a cold bath, but just a bit warmer than body temperature, so you passively heat them, that they sleep better at night. Of course, you don't want to put people in hot tubs if they have cardiac problems, because that could be dangerous, but passive heating during the couple hours before bedtime can improve sleep at night. Bright light during the day can improve sleep at night. Making sure that the bedroom temperature is not too warm. And some of the other gadgets, like recording sleep, the wearables, those are being used a lot in research now. So we know that patients with Alzheimer's disease, and even people at risk for Alzheimer's disease, will show abnormalities in their rest activity patterns. So making it sort of helps to see if people are following what they should be doing in terms of being in bed at night and getting enough activity during the daytime. So it gives you a little bit of feedback.
Yeah, that's great. There are several questions about medications, and I'm going to sort of take them in turn.
Okay.
One question asks simply about medications that might have that added sleep component, the PM component on the Tylenol or the ibuprofen, versus the natural sleep supplements like melatonins and the like. So maybe you can just talk about the value of those two different classes first.
All right. Well, we really advise people not to take the over-the-counter like the PMs or the Benadryls or the antihistamines that are sedating, particularly for older adults. They couple of things. First of all, they don't work chronically. So after a couple of days, you get very tolerant to them. So then you'll have withdrawal if you stop them. So if you start taking them and then suddenly stop them, your sleep will get even worse than it was before. But the main issues for older adults is these drugs have anticholinergic effects, which can cause more cognitive problems. I've even seen people develop like hallucinations from them, and they hang over, and they can cause people to fall more. And so really, and they potentially can have other toxic effects. So really not a good thing to get into those drugs. But they are kind of sedating. So that's why people use them. Melatonin is not necessarily super sleep inducing. Some people it is. It is probably better for helping entrain rhythms. It kind of tells your brain to do what it does in the dark, which is hopefully to sleep. So a low dose of melatonin might be helpful, and is probably not particularly bothersome. I've actually had some, so one of the problems that sometimes happens as we get older is we develop kind of early morning awakening. We become more like early birds or larks, which is that we fall asleep okay at night, but then we can't stay asleep later in the day. And so I've sometimes suggested to patients to take a small dose of melatonin if they wake up during the night, and that's helped them sleep a little bit longer in the morning. So that's something that can be tried and is probably relatively safe.
Great. There was also a question about these medications as well as the prescription sleep aids and their potential for long-term effects on cognition or risk for dementia.
That's a great question. So let me start with the risks for dementia first. So there were a number of studies that came out suggesting that people who took sleeping pills were more likely to develop dementia and Alzheimer's disease. And then more careful epidemiologic studies were done that actually looked at long-term but earlier use. Because one of the problems is that sleep disturbance, and particularly insomnia, is a known risk factor for Alzheimer's disease. People who have more insomnia are more likely to develop Alzheimer's disease. Now, we don't know if the insomnia is causing the Alzheimer's disease, or very likely one aspect is that insomnia is a very, very early potential sign. So if someone has been taking sleeping medication because they have insomnia, the insomnia may just have been kind of the leading edge of the development of Alzheimer's disease. So it's not that the drug was causing it. And in fact, a large epidemiologic study that basically did a cutoff 4 years before the onset of Alzheimer's and looked to see if, like, for the 20 years before you developed Alzheimer's minus that 4 years, if you used sleeping pills, were you more likely to develop Alzheimer's? And the answer was no. On the other hand, drugs that do seem to lead to potentially to that are drugs that have, in particular, anticholinergic effects. So another reason not to use an antihistamine. So now the other issue, though, is that a number of sleeping pills and hypnotics are not advised to be used in people who are elderly or have Alzheimer's. and because of the certain classes of drugs, particularly some of the most common sleeping pills like the Ambiens and the related drugs that act on benzodiazepine receptors, can further impair cognition. They can lead to falls at night. And so they're basically not advised to be used in older adults. And there are some sleeping pills and sleeping medications that are okay to use in elderly people or people with Alzheimer's disease. And so some of the newer drugs that are coming out are a bit safer probably from that perspective.
Great. You showed some blue light canceling goggles or glasses, and we have a question, I should say, from an audience member who said, some of these don't look as tinted as the ones you showed, and would that matter? Is there a way to know which of these are effectively canceling blue light and which are not?
Yeah, I think you'd have to look at the specifications of the glasses that they should have information as to what percentage of light in that wavelength that they're blocking. The main issue with those is that not only do you want to try to block blue light, but you want to try to not expose yourself to a lot of blue light. So the biggest culprits are things like our computer screens or our televisions or phone screens. Now on computers and telephones, you can add programs that will shift the spectrum of light. And so in the natural world, this, sunlight in the morning tends to be more blue. And that's why morning light is particularly potent at setting and shifting rhythms. Light at the end of the day, as we know, gets kind of redder and shifts away from the blue spectrum, except our artificial light and our devices, will give us that dose of blue light. So the best thing is to try not to expose yourself. And then if you want to try glasses in the evening, look at the data from the manufacturer to see, what percentage of blue light does that set of glasses block. So it may not need to look super tinted. It just depends on as I said, on the specifications.
Great. Great question here. What happens to blood flow to the brain when we're sleeping?
Oh, that's a good question. So in sort of just really generally, when we're in dreaming sleep or REM sleep, which is about 20 to 25% of the night, blood flow is generally increased. And in fact, the brain activity and brain metabolism may be even higher in REM sleep than during waking. In non-REM sleep, blood flow will decrease, and brain activity tends to be a little bit reduced during non-REM sleep, which is the majority of our sleep.
A question here about 432 hertz white noise sound machines, as well as meditative music before bed. Any thoughts on the value of those to improving sleep?
Well, I think the issue is that to get ready for sleep, we need to sort of shut down our mental activity. So you can't be, going from, really intense mental activity to just going to sleep. So there's wakefulness promoting systems in the brain and sleep promoting systems, and the waking systems sort of inhibit the sleep system. So you have to sort of shut that down. And so things like, meditation tapes or, soothing music or even white noise can allow you to sort of disengage your thought processes from all the things that have been stressing you during the day and allow you to get to sleep. White noise machines are also helpful. Again, as I mentioned, I think in the talk, that, if you're someone who's will wake up if you hear a noise or some, intermittent sound or stimulus, the white noise will help to block that out so that you're not responding to something that might wake you up or stress you.
Okay, we have time for one last question. How many hours of sleep do you recommend our attendees try to get on a nightly basis?
Oh, that's a good question. There's a lot of individual variability. The National Sleep Foundation and consensus reports by group experts suggest that adults under the age of 65 probably should get 7 to 9 hours at night. And over 65, most people will need 6 to 8 hours a night. Now, to get that many hours of sleep, you need to spend a little bit more than that amount of time in bed, because a good sleeper doesn't sleep much more than 90% or low 90s% of the time. So that's ideal. But the other issue is that the amount of sleep you need is the amount you need to be able to feel rested and functioning properly during the daytime. Some cues that you're not getting enough sleep are that you need an alarm clock to wake you up in the morning. That means you're being awakened before you finished your sleep. If you're dozing off during the day, those are signs that you're probably not getting enough sleep, or that you sleep in more on days when you don't have to get up and do something. So again, but for older adults, probably 6 to 8 hours is going to be good. And you'll probably sleep a little less as you get older than when you're younger.
Great information. Thank you so much, Dr. Banka. Great to have you with us. We're going to take another short break.
I'm Diane Mondini. I'm president of Caring Companions at Home. I got involved in Alzheimer's OC back in the late 90s when my good friend Julie David served on the board and encouraged me to help with the galas. Because of my business and dealing with seniors for the last 30 odd years, I have seen how this disease has taken its toll on many of my clients and many of my clients' family members. It's very hard seeing them suffer and wondering what you can possibly do to help them. That's why I have a passion for trying to find a cure for this disease, or helping in any way I can.
Welcome back. It's time to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Edwin Minucci from here at UC Irvine. Ed did his undergraduate at MIT before doing his MD and PhD degrees at UC San Diego. He then went back to Boston to finish his training at Harvard, MGH, and the Brigham. Ed's a fantastic colleague and holds a number of important positions here at UC Irvine. He's the Bostwick Chair of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine. He's a full professor in that department. He's the leader of the Neuropathology Core for the Alzheimer's Disease Research Center, and he's also the associate director of our MSTP program, training the next generation of MD PhDs. Ed's a fantastic clinician scientist. We're really lucky to have him. His work has focused on one unique part of the brain called the choroid plexus that has been largely understudied and underappreciated, and Ed's work aims to understand the role of the choroid plexus in brain health and disease. Ed plays numerous roles, as I mentioned, and his talk is going to focus primarily on one of the greatest contributions that people make to our research by donating their brains for autopsy research, which all happens in the Neuropathology Core under his direction. So without further ado, his talk is titled AI at Autopsy.
So hello everyone. It's my pleasure to be able to speak to you today about artificial intelligence at autopsy. I'm Ed Minucci. I am the Chair of Pathology and Lab Medicine and also the Director of the Neuropathology Core for our ADRC. So first, let me go over an outline of what I will talk about today. First, I will describe what is artificial intelligence for those of you who are less familiar with the subject. And importantly, I want to discuss why all the hype. Why is there so much hype about artificial intelligence? And if we do realize the potential of AI, when could we expect it? Third, I want to discuss how AI can help us at autopsy, and specifically for us, how that can help us examining the postmortem brain. And lastly, I want to discuss how we are implementing AI at autopsy in the workup for our participants of the ADRC. So some of these initial slides are courtesy of Peter Chang and Dan Chow, co-directors of our Artificial Intelligence Center at the School of Medicine, with whom we collaborate. So what is artificial intelligence? Well, very broadly, it is a program, typically a computer program, that is able to exhibit what we think of as some aspects of human intelligence. So it's a program that can sense, reason, act, or adapt to different situations. So something that we would consider an aspect of human intelligence. Then within that subset of artificial intelligence is an area called machine learning. And that is typically computer programs or algorithms that are given more and more data over time. And as it receives more data, the performance of the algorithm improves. And so it's a learning machine learning. Then third, within that subset of machine learning is something called deep learning or deep machine learning. And that is a subset of algorithms that are more complex, multi-layered neural networks, sometimes in our field, convolutional neural networks, which are given a lot of data, so-called big data, vast amounts of data. And because of the more complex architecture and the vast amounts of data, these algorithms are able to do very sophisticated learning and so-called deep learning. So, why all the excitement about artificial intelligence? And this is a very simplistic way, I think, of thinking about where we are today and why the hype. So, in green is human performance over time. And you think of human performance, we like to think, anyway, human performance improves over time as we evolve. But biological evolution is a very slow process, natural selection, those sorts of things. In contrast, cultural and especially technological evolution is very, very fast. And we see that in the blue line here. And that's really grows in an exponential fashion. So it really increases rapidly. And this is just an estimate of where we are today, but where we envision this going in the future, right? So the idea is that, very soon, if not already, the ability of computers to sort of enhance human performance will be really great and sophisticated, much like our use of our cell phones, which we think of and many of us refer to as our external brains already. But the idea is that artificial intelligence can really augment or extend the performance of us. So this is a different way that I think is very useful to look at artificial intelligence. And this is the so-called Gartner hype cycle. One can go to Gartner.com and look at all of the different emerging technologies that they follow. But this Gartner hype cycle, I think, is a useful way to think about technological innovation. They map out the expectations for a new innovation over time, and they divide it into 5 periods. The initial discovery and trigger of an innovation, which leads to a peak of inflated expectations, and then followed by what they call the trough of disillusionment. So it wasn't everything it was cracked up to be, and now that we learn about its blemishes, followed by the slope of enlightenment, where we see what its real sort of true capabilities will be, and finally the plateau of sustained productivity. And they map different technologies according by color and symbol, according to how long they believe it will take for a current technology to reach this plateau. So here are some of the more current ones. This was from just a couple of months ago for their emerging technologies for 2020. And if you look at the ones that are surrounding artificial intelligence, there are quite a few. You can see that overall, a lot of these new ones, they tend to bias it towards new technologies. You can see that they're on the first part of the curve there. But some of them have started to kind of peek over into that trough, starting to peek over into that trough of disillusionment. And you can see that when they now also specifically map artificial intelligence technologies. This is from last year, but relatively new, again, because of this field. You can see there are quite a few technologies that are matured to the point that we're starting to understand the blemishes and limitations. I will note that there are a few of them that are already reaching sort of what people believe will be their plateau of productivity, speech recognition, for instance. I wanted to point out a couple of interesting ones that will be familiar to people. First off, autonomous vehicles or self-driving cars, which we're also obviously very familiar with. According to them, we're really starting to understand the limits of that technology. And they believe that it's still a ways out before autonomous vehicles are fully realized. And similarly, the one that perhaps we fear the most as humans, artificial general intelligence. which is still at the very beginning of the curve, is still a long way out in their estimation, and really hasn't budged in several years from this position, according to Gartner and colleagues. So I think it will be quite some time, I think, before this is really realized. And I think as people become aware again of the limitations, this has become a little bit less perhaps of an imminent field. For our purposes, when we're thinking about autopsy and examining the postmortem brain, these are the technologies shown here in blue that are most important. Machine learning, and again, these deep learning neural networks. And you can see they've really started to mature and are really coming into the period where, you know, these light blue dots, 2 to 5 years, where we can really start to imagine pretty extensive implementation of artificial intelligence in that area. So how can artificial intelligence help us with examining the postmortem brain, and what are we doing at UCI to implement AI? So this is one of many different articles, viewpoints on where people believe artificial intelligence will impact healthcare. And the focus of this one, I think, is important because it reflects the general feeling, I think, of the healthcare community, that the specialties or disciplines that will be particularly affected are the specialties that focus on images. So in particular, radiology and pathology. And so because those are obviously the specialties that are very involved in brain and post-mortem analysis, especially the pathology, this is where the opportunity comes for the implementation of AI in the autopsy. So the way that we envision it at UCI, AI at autopsy, is really the idea of AI extending the clinicians and researchers that focus on images, and really focusing then on the postmortem brain. So for radiologists, that would be AI analysis of brain images. And there's an active project led by doctors Sajati and Stark to do very high resolution postmortem brain imaging. For the pathologists, we think of AI on whole slide images. So again, those glass slides with sections of brain that are stained in different ways, which we can now digitize and then analyze the pattern recognition referred to in the previous slide. And then for the scientists, it's all about big data and discovery based on images, using big data from images as a way to make discoveries that weren't possible before because of the scale of the analysis that one can do now. So I thought it'd be worthwhile to take you through an example of how AI can extend the pathologist in an autopsy setting. So shown here first is some work actually done in my lab by Brett Johnson and Michael Neal, but particularly Brett, who did all of the manual counting for much of this work. This is, what's shown here is a way to conceptualize how many cells does one need to manually count in a slide before we can get an accurate representation of that slide. And by accurate representation is represented in this case as a flattening of this line. And so in this particular one slide, it takes nearly 2,000 cells to count. And for a single person, you were talking about hours to days to get an accurate representation of that one slide. In contrast, when you start to talk about artificial intelligence on a whole slide image, and this is actually a representation of the same image that was counted by Brett. And here, scored in orange, is a presence of a particular pathology in a cell, and in blue, the absence of a particular pathology in the cell. And with an AI algorithm, this slide contains over 60,000 cells, and the algorithm can generate an accurate count of that slide in just seconds. So what this means, one way of thinking about that, is that in the amount of time that it took Brett to get an accurate representation of one slide, the algorithm could generate accurate counts of thousands of slides. And so that's really where the power of AI comes in, especially on the research side for the discovery process, so that many, many different images can be analyzed in a way that wasn't possible before. So what are we doing about AI at Autopsy at UCI? Well, this is a picture courtesy of Alessandro Martini and Elizabeth Head of the whole slide imaging core that we've established at the in the biorepository for the ADRC. And you can see the microscope and the scanner and the computer and some of the other equipment. This is really truly a collaborative between the ADRC and the Department of Pathology and Lab Medicine. This is a relatively high capacity slide scanner that has now been automated for unsupervised scanning. It is capable of doing both bright field images as well as fluorescent samples, and even for thicker samples, it is able to take 3D images. This is a little snapshot of the screen on the computer dealing with the different whole slide images. Here you can see on the left and a particular image of a cortex from a participant that one can see here, and a little screenshot here as well. So the sort of the workflow with these whole slide images. Here's another example of our participant, a section of cortex stained for A beta. And you can see in low power, the cortex riddled with these brown plaques. And if we just zoom in on one area here, you can see that there's very high resolution of these scans, and one can very clearly make out the cellular detail and the detail of the plaques and the different sizes, patterns of the plaques. And just illustrating the power of the digital technology. Right. So what we really envision going forward and really are starting to work on is both the clinical workflow as well as the research workflow. So on the clinical workflow, that basically we're referring to the neuropathologic diagnosis and coming up with ways for artificial intelligence to help with the clinical diagnosis, the report that the participants' families will get after their loved one dies. And then secondly, on the research workflow, which is really not targeted to an individual patient or participant, but rather to the entire population, understanding Alzheimer's disease and related disorders in the context of the entire population. But that's really the research question and the research workflow. So for both of those workflows, we collaborate heavily with CADM. CADM is the Center for Artificial Intelligence in Diagnostic Medicine at UCI Health, led by Peter Chang and Dan Chow, who I mentioned earlier. They're both neuroradiologists, and they are both very dedicated to the idea of artificial intelligence being used to extend and enhance the ability of our clinicians in diagnosis. The picture of Peter and Dan, and when this was launched about 2 or 3 years ago in the School of Medicine here at UCI. And part of their mission is really to use deep learning for the detection, characterization, and prognostics, so prediction, to improve health. And part of that mission for CADEM is training individuals so that they can do the coding for artificial intelligence algorithms. And I just wanted to highlight Peter here teaching Michael Neal, my graduate student, and I'm going to show you a little bit of some of the work that he is doing on the autopsy tissue. So before I get to some of that work, I did want to highlight a few of the different projects that are going on around digital pathology and AI at UCI. The first one being, again, mainly that clinical workflow I spoke to, but the digitalization of the neuropathological diagnosis, which is a collaboration with the Department of Pathology and Lab Medicine. A second large-scale project that involves myself and Peter Chang is a UC system-wide effort to develop a digital pathology infrastructure and artificial intelligence studies using that infrastructure, funded by the Office of the President, as well as the California Department of Public Health, and led by Brittany Duggar, a scientist at UC Davis. A third project is led by Frank LaFurla and Andrea Tenner, who many of you will know, and Kim Green as well, in this called Model ID, the project, NIH-funded project to generate the next generation of animal models for Alzheimer's disease. And they are also working with digital pathology and AI to analyze the brain in their animal models. And then within my own group, in collaboration with the ADRC, is really to automate the image analysis of the choroid plexus, a different part of the brain, the part that produces the cerebrospinal fluid that bathes the inside and outside of the brain. And that really is a collaboration also with Peter Chang, together with my graduate student, Michael Neal. I wanted to show you a little bit about this UC system-wide infrastructure, which is, I think, very exciting. This was started in some ways by the paper published by Brittany, showing that artificial intelligence or convolutional neural networks could be used to classify Alzheimer's disease pathologies from brain sections. And one of the neat things that Brittany did in that project and for the projects going forward is to develop this web-based annotation tool to make it really easy for neuropathologists or researchers to score many different images in very short order. I think it's very creative. They use some game theory and other things like that to really incentivize us to do as much as possible. And this was a very creative and clever aspect of the work that they do and that we are doing with Brittany. And together, again, with Peter, as sort of one of the key artificial intelligence experts on the project. And then a little bit on the autopsy analysis of the choroid plexus. I'll show you an example here of a fluorescent whole slide image, which then, again, thanks to Brett, who counted all of the cells, the epithelial cells in this picture, and they're now color-coded for a local, as a local density map for a particular pathology. referred to as a Biondi body, to higher densities being lighter colored and lower densities being dark. And this is the map of this particular section after manual counting. And Michael developed, together with Peter, the AI algorithm to do the same section by artificial intelligence, and one gets a pretty indistinguishable map using the AI algorithm. And if one also breaks it down as a histogram distribution, the two methods, the manual and the AI, generated nearly indistinguishable representations of the image. Then Michael has gone on to do that for maybe 30 different sections, and Brett, along with an army of undergraduates and other helpers, has manually counted those approximately 30 sections as well. And this is looking at that particular pathology, the percent of cells affected by that pathology as a function of age. And one can see a pretty sharp age curve around 50s when one starts to see this pathology, with a couple of interesting outliers. When one does this by manual and then does it by the AI algorithm, the AI algorithm does pretty well compared to the manual. And if one looks at the comparison of the AI algorithm compared to the manual, it nearly follows a straight line with a very high R value, just showing how accurate the AI is relative to the manual count. And then kind of the last wave, if you will, of maybe not the last, it's just probably just the next wave of artificial intelligence is the analysis of 3D images. So for radiologists and pathologists, we are generally using two-dimensional images in our analysis and diagnostic work. But the next wave is really to be able to identify 3D images. And you can, I just wanted to show you, this is a whole mount image of a piece of postmortem human choroid plexus. And I just wanted to show you this very quick movie as a way to see how three-dimensional this tissue really is. And of course, so many of these interesting pathologies and morphologies have a three-dimensionality to it. Now, it turns out AI coding for algorithm development for 3D images is a much more challenging proposition. But Michael and Peter have been able to make some headway in generating algorithms that appear to have quite decent performance in being able to recognize 3D morphologies. You know, one of the important things also here is this concept of an explainable AI. And some of you may have picked that up on the earlier Gartner hype cycle curve. And that one of the downsides of AI has always been this idea that it's a big black box. The computer is picking up on something, but the humans don't know what it is exactly. And so for images, there are different ways to make AI explainable, which is, I think, incredibly important as we go forward, both just for the science and for the rigor and reproducibility of the science. But here, this is a technique called feature occlusion, where in this case, this is one of these pathologies, these Biondi inclusions in the choroid plexus. And you can give this to the computer, but also then systematically block parts of the image to see when the performance actually degrades. And these white spots are the areas where if you blocked those parts of the image, the AI algorithm started to degrade. And you can see that the white images correspond to the green arms of this inclusion and not to the central portion, actually, which is important, which is exactly what it should be picking up on. And so we can actually explain what the computer is picking up. So a very important feature of AI in general, and one that is certainly advancing quickly in the field, and one that we are trying to incorporate in our work at UCI. And with that, I wanted to thank a few people for the support for this work. I mentioned Alessandra and Liz in the biorepository, Peter and Dan in CADEM. In the UC consortium work, Brittany, Mike Kaiser is the AI expert at UCSF who is working with Peter on this. From my lab, Brett and Michael. Obviously for UCI Mind, Frank, Josh, and Andrea, who really hold everything together. I also want to mention the Precision Health AI initiative here as well, who are working very closely with Peter and Dan in CADEM on this enterprise-wide initiative around precision health and AI and some of the funding resources. So with that, I would also like to thank you for listening, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
We hope you enjoyed that talk, and I'm very grateful to be joined by Dr. Ed Manucchi himself now, live via fiber, not satellite. Ed, thanks very much for a great talk and for joining us today. We have a handful of questions that are coming through, and please do keep typing in your questions to YouTube and Facebook. But the first question is teed up for you. It's what's most exciting to you right now about AI and this technology?
Right. So, well, first off, thank you, Josh, and thank you everyone for listening in. So I think that the things that excite me are both, a couple of things come to mind. One of them is just very practical, and the other is a little bit more future looking at and research based. But the very practical thing that excites me is it makes the work of the pathologist potentially better by bringing in a level of consistency to the diagnostic process, and it saves potentially my other faculty time, so that's the idea of sort of extending the clinician or physician, rather not replacing the physician, but really extending what they do, allowing them to do what they do better and faster. And then the forward-looking thing really just has to do with the big data aspect of that AI enables, and it really should allow us to do so-called population health and really look at the patterns of disease over the literally the entire population, or at least the population of our gracious and generous donors, to really look for patterns that seem to be reproducible. And so those are really the two aspects that excite me the most, that really come to mind right away.
Great. There's a question we get all the time. Is it true that you can only diagnose Alzheimer's disease after a person passes away?
Yes, great question. And that remains the case today, where the definitive diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease continues to require the post-mortem examination of the brain and the diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease neuropathologically, as I say. I think with some of the now FDA-approved tracers for the two cardinal pathologies that we look for as neuropathologists in the postmortem brain, so for the amyloid beta and now for tau, that heralds the idea of being able to, quote unquote, diagnose Alzheimer's disease during life. And I think that's sort of the direction the field is moving. And of course, the direction that we should be going towards. But as of this moment, it's still not quite there yet, but I think we all can sort of foresee a pretty recent near future where that won't be required as it has been in the past.
And if a person lost their loved one to dementia and they had autopsy, would AI change what kind of information you can give back to the family members after a person passes?
Right. So great question. I think, in the near term, no. I think AI may facilitate, again, providing the information we currently give back to the families. A faster and maybe a more consistent method for giving back that information. But I think the idea is that the same information, which is important basic neuropathology information in the autopsy report, I think that would, for the near term, stay the same. I think, again, looking towards the future, what AI has the promise to do is to provide some additional information in a routine fashion for all of the participants and the participants' families. That's still, I think, a little bit down the road, but as we develop algorithms, I can easily foresee a future where algorithms that are designed to detect other pathologies or related pathologies but aren't typically given in the report, in the neuropathology report, that those would be we would be able to provide those in the near future as well.
There's a question here, I think, from a person who was listening carefully to your first answer, which is, do you see any risk of loss that might come from not having that clinician to clinician variation that currently exists when you move toward tech to do these things more efficiently?
Yeah, that's a pretty sophisticated question. That's a great question. I think as human beings, the clinicians as well, see a lot of value in sort of the subconscious almost, but even things that we detect that we can't really quite put our fingers on, that we try to communicate to each other, just have a sense that something else is going on, or that this isn't quite the typical case of Alzheimer's disease, for those sorts of things. And there does become, potentially a risk of losing that. Or I should say, in the best case scenario, it would just be added value. The AI brings added value and does not take away those more subtle, perhaps subconscious cues that a clinician might be picking up and communicating to each other. I think the risk does come when we move more and more over to AI, that maybe some of that would be lost. And so I think it's something, I think, for the clinical world as a whole to kind of keep tabs on. Again, I generally see the positive benefits of AI and being added value rather than taking away. But as with any technology, there's risks if it's not implemented in a way that people are really very consciously thinking about those risks. So I think that's a great question.
Great. We've only got a little less than 2 minutes and the questions are still rolling in. So very interesting one. Do you see value in 3D neuropathology compared to 2D flat histology?
So yes, our perception and everything is so 3D. So I think there is a lot of additional information we miss when we restrict ourselves to two-dimensional diagnosis, and we have to mentally reconstruct what's happening in 3 dimensions. So I do see a lot of value in that. I think a lot of it is more discovery, in that we don't know what we don't know until we look at it. But I think there are also very, tangible, specific hypotheses about 3-dimensional pathology that I think we can already think about. And that's the reason I think 3D AI is very exciting. It is a next frontier. Still a lot to be done, really, to develop that technology. But I think there's a lot to be said. And thinking specifically about the postmortem analysis of the brain, with 2D images, we just can't look at a very much of the brain. We're looking at a very small fraction of the brain. And so 3D, in a very practical sense, offers some hope of being able to examine a more substantial percentage of the person's brain at autopsy.
That's great. We only have about 10 seconds left, but one question I knew you would have loved to answer was, can you do AI in living brains?
Yes, that's what the neuroradiologists do all the time, and that's what they're doing. So absolutely, that should be something that we can expect.
And how cool will it be when we can use AI to bridge living imaging with neuropathology? Maybe
Absolutely.
We'll talk about that next year.
Yeah.
Ed, thank you so much. Fantastic talk. Really appreciate you doing this. We're going to take one last short break before our final presentation.
My name is Gloria Barr. I have always been independent and thought myself quite capable. But now that I'm 92, I find that it's not as easy. I heard a lecture here at the clubhouse and I signed up with Independence at Home. They have been terrific.
When I came to see Gloria, she was having some issues to open her pill bottles. I was just happy I was able to provide that to her and avoid any injuries.
I can open bottles now like Atlas. It's just a wonderful outreach to the community that I certainly would recommend to anyone.
Welcome back. It's now my pleasure to introduce our final lecture for this conference, and it's one that I'm really very excited to hear. It's from Professor Alex Michaelides from the University of Toronto. He is the Barbara Stymius Research Chair in Rehab Technology at the University of Toronto and the Scientific Director of the AgeWell Network of Centers of Excellence that focus on developing new technologies for older adults. I had the pleasure to hear Dr. Michaelides speak several years ago about using technology in the home to keep dementia patients safe and residing in the home for longer. He is a true leader in this field. His work expands into rehabilitation, but his work in dementia has been, I would say, unrivaled. And so I am thrilled and grateful that he has joined us for this virtual conference. And we're going to watch his talk now, which is called Smart Tech for In-Home Care.
Well, good day, everyone, and thanks very much for having me join you today virtually in order to talk about some of the work that's happening here in Toronto and in our AgeWell network. Specifically, what I want to do is talk to you about, obviously, technology and aging, but more specifically, the need and role of smart technologies moving forward. Now, we've all heard already in presentations leading up to this about our global aging population and the need for new solutions in order to help them remain safe at home. This problem has become even more prevalent, especially in Canada, where we had such a difficult situation caring for older adults who may be in retirement homes, long-term care, or even in their own homes, and lacking the tools in order to maintain socially connected. Now, one of the things we've also learned in terms of design for older adults is that it is a tough challenge. This is a very dynamic and heterogeneous population where their needs are complex and even more so in the face of specific impairments and diseases. Now, what we've noticed in the design of a lot of new technologies is more often than not, there's not an understanding of these users' needs as part of the project. I'm still always amazed at the number of projects that come to me or the number of startup companies that want my input. And it's very clear that they are designed specifically for someone that they know, such as their grandparent or their aging parent, and this is not sufficient. Whenever I've given a presentation to a group of older people, I always hear a very similar comment, and that is, when you've seen one older person, you've seen one older person. And therefore, this needs to be taken into account in the design of our technologies moving forward. Finally, there's also been a silo mentality still in our field that has resulted in poor outcomes. While we have many people interested in this area and this topic of technology for older adults, ranging from the social sciences to computer science, I still find that they're not working in a complementary way. And again, this is going to be important in order for us to move forward. Now, perhaps one of the most important aspects is this is a moving target. One piece of technology that is designed for a specific user or demographic is not going to work, again, for the future older adult population. Older adults and their caregivers are becoming more tech savvy, and that there's a growing expectation on the integration of technologies into their daily lives. And as such, because of this, we need new ways of thinking and new ways of doing. This includes the development of smart technologies that apply at things such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and other new approaches that are coming out of the fields of computer science, engineering, and others. Using these approaches, we can now design technologies that understand the needs of the older adults that we're developing the technology for, and adapt and modify the way they operate accordingly. We need to move away from the previous dumb technologies, such as the pendant that we're all familiar with, that you push obviously if you're in an emergency or if you've fallen, and that typically just don't work for older adults. You know, while we consider this to be one of the most successful commercial products, from a user perspective, it's actually one of the worst. Often, older adults don't wear the technologies themselves. The technologies will not work in all locations for them, and will not work in different types of contexts. For example, we often hear from older people that they don't want to wear the button in front of their friends and family because they don't want them to know that there's something wrong with them. And so again, moving forward using smart technologies and things such as artificial intelligence and new advances in sensors, we can replace these old technologies and come up with something much better and far more scalable down the road. What I want to do right now is then focus on some promising solutions of smart technologies specifically for home use, but these can also then be used in other locations. In my opinion, there's 3 areas that are really going to be truly disruptive in the area of technology and aging, and that's smart homes, robotics, and big data. So let me give you examples of some of the work that our AgeWell network in Canada is doing in each of these areas. With respect to smart homes, we have projects that we're funding across our country across a variety of areas. These include technologies that can support older people with dementia, for example, through daily activities, through the use of various sensors, cameras, etc., to understand what they're trying to do, and then using an artificial intelligence-based agent to give them the prompts and reminders that they require. We're also using things such as machine learning and deep learning to monitor the activity levels and patterns of living of older adults, and therefore to then try to predict changes in their health before it actually occurs. Finally, we're also using new advances in sensors, such as wearable clothing and textiles, that measure health parameters, such as physiological data, without the need of your classic type of medical devices. So in this video here, I'll actually show you an example of this. So what you see here is one of our graduate students sitting on a sofa, and we're actually getting a live ECG from the person. Now, this particular individual is not wearing any types of sensors or devices on him, but these sensors are all built into the materials themselves, as you can see represented by these 2 pieces of copper tape. We've done this not only for things like sofas and other types of textiles, but we're also working with clothing and other common day objects that a person may interact with. In this particular example, this ECG, when compared to a traditional ECG signal, was about 2% error only. So we're actually getting quite accurate results, again, through the types of technologies that you see here. The goal of using these types of things, such as prompting systems for daily activities, patterns of living prediction, and things like measuring health parameters, is that this allows an older adult to go about their everyday routine within their own homes or environments and spaces, and for us to collect this information and provide support in a way that doesn't require any active or proactive requirements from the person to interact with type of technologies. As you can imagine, this can be a significant difference in the usability of these technologies moving forward and the types of data that we collect to do further analysis on. Now, in terms of the area of robotics, there's a lot of work happening now in the 2 areas of social and supportive robots. What you see here are 2 examples, and I'll actually show you a video of one of the robots in action. So a social robot is essentially a robot that interacts with a person through conversation, through prompting, through various types of cues and dialogue itself. This can range from idle chit-chat about the weather, or about how the person is doing, or as you'll see in the video in a second, a more active approach in supporting older adults with dementia through common activities such as cooking. On this side, you see a supportive robot or a cognitive robot that is actually built to support older adults to maintain their cognition. So in this particular example, this robot is playing the card matching game with this simulated older person. So that is where they have to turn over cards and find matches in order to win the game. So this type of robot, as you can imagine, can be in a long-term care facility or even in the home, playing these types of games with older people and ensuring that they're staying cognitively and mentally challenged throughout the day. Now, before I move on and show the video of our social robot interacting with an older person, I want to address a question we typically get, and that is, well, shouldn't it be real people doing these things? Isn't that better for the older person? And the answer is absolutely, that is correct. However, anyone who has been in a long-term care facility, especially during the current circumstances that we're going through with the pandemic, know that they're just overworked and overburdened. Care staff and caregivers, including family caregivers, are just trying to get an individual out of bed, dressed, bathed, providing them medications, and keeping them safe. They would love to be able to sit down and play a game with that person, but they just don't have the time. And this is something that robots can do really, really well. So in this example, you'll see our robot actually providing support to the older person during the task of making a cup of tea.
Can you turn the water on now?
So in this situation, it just provided a verbal prompt to them to turn on the water.
Try pressing the switch to boil the water.
So in this circumstance, the robot has actually learned that this person, who is an actual older adult with dementia, actually requires a more detailed prompt to do that specific step. So using things such as machine learning, the device has learned that it needs to actually show video, which you saw on the robot's face, that also demonstrates how to complete that particular task. Now, the final area is big data, and particularly big data in the home and again, where the person is living. As we're hearing about and seeing more and more, and I'm sure some other presentations today have talked about, we're starting to see homes that look like this. You have various types of sensors located throughout the home, such as activity devices, location sensors, bed sensors, smart devices, robots, etc. The question is, what do you do with all this data? You know, we're collecting thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of data points from a person's home. And we want to be able to use this data to do things such as predict changes in their health, as opposed to just collecting it for the sake of having the information itself. So this is an example taken from one of our colleagues, Jeff Kay, and his group at OHSU, and what they did a few years ago in that project that we worked with them on. This is an example of what you can do with this type of data. You can actually plot it out. And here, this is a graph starting at 0 hours all the way to 2400 hours. And the different color dots are basically the rooms where sensors are firing to indicate that the person is there. And so what you see here is it's very clear that you can actually start to see a pattern of living for this individual. You can see that they're sleeping from about 11:30 to about 7:30 or 7 a.m. Then they get up and they do some activities in the bathroom, the bedroom, etc. They may go out for a walk here, and etc. So this type of data is very useful to look for changes in the here and now, or in the present. So, for example, what we may see from this type of data is also the person not sleeping as well. Perhaps they're going to the bathroom twice as many times, or not at all. Perhaps they're not going into the kitchen at all, indicating that they're not actually preparing meals or eating properly, or even doing things such as drinking water or hydration. And so at that point, if you see those changes, technology such as this can then provide an alert or call a caregiver or a family member in order to come and help them out in this particular situation. However, more importantly, what we want to do with these data, and again, is going back to the whole issue of using artificial intelligence and different techniques to predict changes in wellness. So again, across our age-old network, we are funding several projects that's doing just that, such as change in state of chronic conditions like congestive heart failure or diabetes, trying to predict adverse events like falls before they actually occur, and we all know that is the holy grail. Also prevention of dangerous behaviors. For example, we have a project that is predicting agitation and aggressive behaviors in residents of a long-term care facility and raising an alert to the care staff before it happens. And then in this particular data graph that you see here, this is predicting change in cognition and the onset of dementia. So this data here actually uses the graph that you saw here in the data collected by Jeff Kay's group, and we developed various predictive models using techniques from the machine learning field in order to see how well we can predict change in cognition. And what you see in this data is an algorithm called a support vector machine produced the best results, where about 4 months in or 3 months in of using the data from Jeff Kay's group, we were predicting who would develop dementia with about 85% accuracy. And this number has actually increased recently through the development of further features and the use of more advanced sensors, such as the ones I showed you that collected the ECG information. So there's some examples of smart technologies that are making a difference right now at the research level, and I feel will make a difference moving forward as they are further deployed. But the question is now is what's going to happen with our change in demographic? As I mentioned, it is a moving target. These technologies, while they're being developed now, to be honest with you, by the time they're available commercially and being deployed, it's not going to be the current older adult demographic. It's going to be the baby boomers and beyond that'll be using this type of technology. So one question we need to consider when we talk about smart technology and artificial intelligence is designing for our future selves, as I'm calling it here. And this includes not just technology itself, but in fact, the current landscape with respect to technology and aging, or the age tech sector, as we're calling it in Canada and elsewhere around the world, really needs to change in order for these new innovations to make it to the marketplace moving forward. And when we're developing smart technologies, because they are so advanced and because they are providing assistance in potentially private and difficult activities, the technology is not enough. It is great that we designed that robot that we showed you, but if we don't understand how to deliver that robot to older people and have them accept it, how to change the practice perhaps of caregiving to employ a robot or a smart home, and also the policies that go around that, whether it's privacy or the looking at the device and mandating it through the FDA or through Health Canada, et cetera, really that robot is not going to go anywhere. And we have many examples of these technologies sitting in the labs because they're not considering beyond the tech itself and looking at the service delivery, the practice, and the policy. And so really the question from these particular aspects is, how do we deliver these technologies? And this is becoming really, really important because the technologies that I showed you are not medical devices. They're not things like pacemakers or implantable devices. But in fact, they're actually being developed and looked at more as consumer products. And consumers, such as older adults and more importantly their families, are coming to us and asking, how can they purchase these technologies directly? And how can they purchase this through typical consumer channels as opposed to having them going through their family doctors, their occupational therapists, etc. And so we're starting to actually see that changeover. So here in the United States, Best Buy, a couple of years ago, launched their Assured Living service, and they're doing the same thing in Canada. And so again, this is an example of how a consumer-based organization is starting to take responsibility for technologies for older people. In fact, if you go to the American Best Buy website, they actually have a marketplace for older people where you can buy things anywhere from smart home technologies and sensors, wearable devices, to fall detection systems. Now, one important thing, though, that Best Buy is doing is they are partnering, though, with a clinical partner, such as the Mayo Clinic, as you see here. So obviously, Best Buy can sell the technology. They can send their Geek Squad in to help set it up, but they don't have that clinical connection, and that is an important aspect that Best Buy and other consumer-based companies need to consider moving forward. Now, a classic example of a service delivery department now are things such as autonomous vehicles. And here's a quote, it is a few years old, but still kind of rings true. The self-driving car godsend for older Americans is now on the horizon. Well, I'm not sure how true that is, and not because of a technology perspective, but again, a service delivery problem. Again, we all know that when an older person calls for a taxi or an Uber or a caregiver or a family member to drive them, for example, to the shopping mall or to the grocery store, often it's because they need that physical assistance. They need the assistance perhaps to get from their front door into the car. They need the physical assistance to help put their groceries in the trunk and then to bring them into their kitchen, etc. So the question is, with something like an autonomous vehicle, and many people are working on them for the older adult population, is, well, what happens when a car pulls up to an older adult's home and there is no driver. There is no person to assist them across these various tasks. So again, this is something that we need to be looking at and to study specifically to understand how this type of smart technology truly will change the service delivery approach and the interaction with the older person. And we need to then build that into the design of the systems moving forward. The final question we really need to ask ourselves is, where do we fit into the technology and aging landscape moving forward? As we know, with companies such as Amazon, Google, Best Buy, et cetera, getting involved, many at the development stage, it is becoming far more difficult for us in academia and research to keep pace. You know, something that would take us maybe 2 or 3 years to develop and to move through the process of commercialization can really be done, you know, in a fraction of the time by these larger companies. And hence why we're also starting to see the success in more startup companies moving forward. So I think as a research community in the technology and aging space, and particularly around the roles of using smart technologies and developing them, we need to really re-examine what we're doing. And so the question is, how do we stay relevant? So as I mentioned, you know, companies like Amazon hiring a geriatrician to lead their special projects division. You know, as I mentioned, all these new startup companies in Silicon Valley and elsewhere in the United States and Canada and Europe and Asia as well, you know, really focusing on the age tech industry. You know, Google Home is now being developed for elderly, as is Amazon Alexa, to provide support. And you know, I recently heard that Amazon is trying to use Alexa also as a fall detection system. And then things like wearable devices, you know, where we can now easily collect things such as heart rate and ECGs from these devices. You know, what's the role of these technologies going to be moving forward again as the baby boomers become the older adult population, where the majority of them may already have something like an Apple Watch or a Fitbit, et cetera. So in my opinion, I feel within 5 years, we'll actually no longer be developing these technologies. We'll no longer be looking at new AI approaches or how to develop smarter sensors or devices. Again, because we just cannot compete with these larger companies that are not only developing the back end, so such as the AI engines and new machine learning approaches, but are now also designing and developing the applications themselves. So where can we have an impact moving forward with respect to smart technologies and technology for older adults in general? So what we had to identify as well, where are we the experts, and where are the gaps that industry is having? So in terms of us being the experts, we are the experts to understand the needs of older adults and caregivers. You know, we have done a lot of research working with them in order to understand this diverse group. And more importantly, we're able to bring together a diverse group of researchers and stakeholders who are working on these common goals. So we can actually break those silos down, I feel, easier than in industry. We can also be experts in ensuring that the new solutions are tested and implemented through rigorous methodologies and approaches, which typically is not happening right now within industry from my perspective. And finally, we are also the experts to understand how these new solutions fit into existing services and delivery models, or developing brand new ones. So again, looking at the case of the current pandemic, where up in Canada we've had a miserable time with our long-term care facilities and many deaths, we are the experts to understand, well, where can a new piece of technology fit into what long-term care is currently doing in order to make things safer and better for not just the residents themselves, but the care staff. So perhaps most importantly, though, is as a field, we can be the window into the future of innovation. You know, we can really have that 5-10 year perspective in academia much easier than industry can, and help to identify where should smart technologies be going, and you know, what type of techniques can be developed, and what new applications are going to be the most important. So finally, in terms of moving forward, the message I want to leave you with is I feel the time is now. You know, in Canada, the United States, and elsewhere, we're kind of at this unique point, obviously, where we know our populations are aging, as we heard about before, but researchers, industry, and even government are also starting to realize that technology can play a significant role. And The key aspect here is we really truly need to be disruptive. We cannot be just incremental in the field, just building upon previous successes or slowly changing and modifying technology we developed. There's a whole new world out there of new approaches to develop smart technologies that we really need to be taking advantage of, and again, to be truly disruptive in this area. As I just mentioned, to do this, though, we need to reconsider our traditional models and approaches in the design and delivery of future systems. And this is going to be really, really important in order to understand how these smart technologies can fit into the lives of older people and their caregivers. And finally, we must be prepared to rethink our own roles in moving forward in this field. If we try to hold on to the fact that we are technology developers and that's all we do, then I think we are going to become really disadvantaged when it comes to working with industry and trying to develop scalable solutions, which is really needed more than ever right now. And so we really need to take advantage of industry's interest in this area, in the techniques and the approaches that they can provide and support us with, and really build open relationships with these companies moving forward in order to make a big change in the technology and aging field. So with that, I thank you very much for having me, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Here's my contact information, so feel free to always reach out to me. I'm happy to set up virtual meetings after this conference in order for us to discuss the work that we're doing more and more. So with that, thanks very much, and I'll take some questions now.
Okay, we're so grateful that Dr. Michaelides is joining us now live from Toronto, where he assures me it is not yet snowing. So that's good for everybody. And he's going to take live questions from our attendees, and I'm going to read them as previously. The first one is kind of a reoccurring question we're getting, but Dr. Michaelides, what are you most excited about when it comes to technology for older adults and people with dementia?
Great. Thanks for the question. And also thank you very much, Josh, and the organizers for having me as part of the conference. I wish I was there in person, but unfortunately, due to the circumstances, this will do. So in terms of what's exciting me most, I think is really the capabilities we're starting to see around the areas of artificial intelligence and machine learning, and specifically around predictive approaches. So being able to predict things before they actually happen. And we've seen a lot of examples of some really neat projects really around the world that are using data that are being collected with very simple sensors, whether in the home or wearable devices, that are able to predict things such as whether a person is going to develop dementia, whether they're going to be at risk of falling, or whether their chronic diseases are tracking in the wrong direction. So I think we're going to see more and more of that coming up.
Yeah. That kind of gets at what a handful of people asked about, which is privacy and sort of this balance between big data and collecting data almost nonstop at all times versus the risks that come with giving people access or not to your behaviors. I'm sure you've thought a lot about this. Could you speak for a couple minutes about the balance between the opportunities and the risks, especially privacy?
Yeah, so privacy and security of our data obviously is a very important topic that we all need to consider. And something that we need to think about right from the start when we develop technologies. It cannot be an afterthought, which is typically being the case for a lot of the technologies we've seen developed for older adults and people with dementia and their caregivers. And so really looking at various things such as privacy by design guidelines and other initiatives that are being brought forward in various projects would be really critical for us to understand. But as I said, it is a balance between privacy, security, and having data that's actually usable. We talk a lot about personalized health and developing technologies that can adapt to a person's specific conditions and needs and context. However, if we strip all the personal data out of our data set to the point where the data set can really be, to really be describing anyone out there. Then how do we get to that personalized health aspect? How do we actually develop systems that work for that individual person? And as we all know, having personalized systems that can adapt to people with dementia as their disease progresses is really, really critical. So it's something that we haven't solved yet. A lot of people are still examining the privacy and security issues. However, at the same time, I don't want it to stop innovation. I don't want us to get so worked up around privacy and security that we're stopping what we're doing and not developing the technology. It's just being considered about those aspects as we move forward.
Yeah. And I would only add that, from a societal standpoint, we have to work on the other end too, about the stigma associated with these diseases and the reasons that people are concerned about privacy.
Exactly.
There's some questions about the opportunities that come with robot pets and robotic caregivers even. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, actually robotics in there really excites me. I think we've seen a lot of progress in there of robotics. Robots that would have cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars 5 years ago are now tens of thousands and eventually be thousands and hopefully just hundreds of dollars. And we're starting to see that with a lot of robots that are out there that really do have the capabilities that are required to do many things that we can do. So robots for things like socialization, cognitive stimulation, I think are going to actually play an important role. In terms of robotic pets, that's just one form that the robot can take. We're seeing still a lot of robotic pets kind of coming onto the marketplace. The data is still mixed, I would say, in terms of the role of robotic pets, but again, it's something that I think is promising and that we should continue to be looking at as potential solutions.
Great. You essentially commented on it there, but across the spectrum of these many technologies that are being developed, can you speak to affordability? And we already know that the financial burdens of caregiving for a loved one with dementia are tremendous. Are families going to be able to afford to use these fantastic technologies as they become available?
Yeah, I think we are moving towards that point where they will be affordable. And this is really a tricky aspect when we look at how do we make these devices more affordable. And really, in my opinion, the way to do that is to be thinking of them as consumer products. If we continue to think of these things as medical devices or healthcare products where you need to get prescriptions or recommendations from your doctor or your occupational therapist, then the prices are going to stay high. But if we can turn these into consumer marketplace products where they are readily available through your typical consumer big box store, that's how I think we can get the prices down. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that every device can be like that, because there are going to be technologies or devices that have to be medical devices or properly regulated. But if you look at the majority of the technologies we're developing for older people, they don't have to go that route. And so, for example, here in our research program, we have strong partnerships with Best Buy Canada, for example. And even in the US, if you go to the Best Buy website, they actually have a marketplace of older adult support technologies. So you can buy fall detection systems there and health monitoring devices directly online. And so hopefully I think that's going to continue for the future of these technologies.
Fantastic. There are some questions about over-reliance on technology. I'm sure you've given this thought too. I always tell the story about when I first moved to California, my car was filled with paper printouts of maps. And of course now I don't even worry about where I'm going until I'm in the car and I simply punch in the address. Do you have any concerns about all this technology coming at us all so fast?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the one thing, that I always like to talk about and mention is these technologies can never be the replacement for human caregivers. They can never be a replacement for family working to support their loved ones. We should really need to think of these technologies as tools that caregivers and older people can be using to supplement the care that's being provided. And I think, what's been happening over the past several months with COVID, I think, is a perfect example of that. Caregivers cannot go see their loved ones in a long-term care facility, or they can't go to their homes and see them. This is where technology can play a perfect role to supplement that, and again, act as a tool. That over-reliance is really, really important. We don't want families to install smart home systems and never go visit their loved ones anymore. So it's really that, again, that fine line of that human-computer interaction that we need to consider, where we are not just providing a tool to supplement care, but also use technology to encourage more in-person contact as well moving forward.
There's one question kind of asking your opinion. What of the things you were describing or beyond do you see sort of becoming commonplace or even ubiquitous in people's homes over the next couple of years?
I see things like smart homes and the use of sensing devices actually, becoming ubiquitous down the road in people's homes. We're already seeing that now. Whether it's a smart thermostat or various sensors that are in our home to detect environmental aspects, or use of things like Google Home or Alexa, from Amazon. These things are there. The infrastructure is being built and is being put into homes as we go forward. So I think it's just a matter of time before they're extended to be more ubiquitous for our health as well.
Yeah, it's certainly a remarkable time, probably as evidenced by the fact that we're talking right now and holding this conference in a virtual format.
Exactly.
So I really want to thank you again for joining us today. This was fantastic as expected, and we're very grateful for you joining us.
Great, thank you, Josh, and everyone for having me.
Great, thank you. So this will bring to a close our 31st annual Southern California Alzheimer's Disease Research Conference and our first ever virtual conference. The COVID-19 pandemic is teaching us a lot, and I think it'll be important for us to learn from this experience as well. We were so grateful to all of you for joining us today, and so impressed by the response that I think we'll have to think about how to do this conference in the future. Nevertheless, a year from now, we hope very much that COVID-19 is in our rearview mirror and that we are back to doing live educational programming, meeting with people in the community, bringing the discoveries that we are making in the lab and in the clinic to our community of supporters and participants and advocates. On behalf of Alzheimer's Orange County and UCI Mind, we want to thank you for joining us today. I really want to close with a message of stay safe, be smart, follow your guidelines, and take care of yourselves and each other in as safe a way as possible. In the next 24 hours, you'll get an email asking you to evaluate this offering, and we hope you'll take advantage of that as we constantly strive to improve the quality of our work and our educational offerings that we bring to you. We value you so much and want so much to see you again in person, and can't wait until we can do that in a safe way. Stay safe, stay well, and we'll see you next year or before. Thank you.